Ngai nui, ngai roa, nau mai haramai ki tēnei wāhi a tāhua o Manawatu. Ko Tararua te maunga, ko Manawatu te awa, ko Rangitāne o Manawatu te mana whenua. Kei konei tātou i tēnei rangi mō tētahi kaupapa whakahirahira. Kei konei ngā tamariki katoa o te motu, ngā kura katoa o te motu, mō tētahi whakataitae a motu, mō te omaroa. Nō reira, kānui te mihi ki a koutou, nau mai haramai i tēnei rā whakahirahira. Koutou ngā kai whakarongo, koutou ngā kai mā takitaki, koutou ngā whānau katoa o a tātou tamariki mokopuna, ngā kura, koutou i whakapau kaha, hei tautoko i a rātou ki te haramai i tēnei rā, mō tēnei mahi nunui. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, nuku mai, neke mai, whakarongo mai. Welcome everyone, my name's Debbie Marshall-Lobb. I'm from Rangitāne or Manawatu, and it's a pleasure to welcome you here today. We're here at Te Kuninga Pūrehuroa, Massey University, and we've got a spectacular day. Behind me are students gathering, along with their coaches, their managers, their parents, their supporters, for a fantastic national event in cross country. We hope you enjoy this and listen in. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tamarie, good morning, welcome. We're at Massey University here, Massey University for the 49th running of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country, Ko Makarozanoski Tēnei, and with me is Rhys Buck and also Debbie Marshall-Lobb. Rhys, welcome you into the coverage. The weather, well, it's cross country weather.
Absolutely, kia ora Mark and Debbie. Look, it is... We've had the sun out this morning, we've had some rain coming in, we've had a little check of the course this morning, Mark, and it was beautiful underfoot. I'm interested to see how the course is going to hold up throughout the day.
I'm looking forward to learning from you about your experiences in cross country. You've been to 4 World Cross Country Championships, no course as well, and we're here in 2014 when we last ran here in Palmerston North, and a young lad called Samuel Tanner won the year 9, and of course he's gone on to great things, second fastest ever over the 1500 metres New Zealand all time. Geordie Beamish won the senior title that year, and we're getting ready for the first event of the day, which is the junior girls over the 3000 metres. But we welcome in our very special guest, and you've already seen her, Debbie Marshall-Lobb. And Debbie, among many things, you are the Deputy Mayor of Palmerston North, and firstly I want you to teach me the correct pronunciation of Palmerston North in Māori.
Tēnā koe Mark, kōrua ko Rhys, ai o te rā koutou ngā kai whakarongo, ko papai o ia te ingoa o Palmerston North. Papai o ia, ko tēnei te wāhi, te ingoa o tēnei taone nunui. Nō reira, hariko rawatu mātou o tēnei taone kitikiti, tēnei whakataitai nunui āmotu I konei. He ua ko nehu kei te tika tō kōrero, engari kua rere ngā kōtiro ki te oma. Kei reira, kia kite e koutou ngā mātua, ngā kaitautoko I pupuri ki ngā amurara, āna, kua tīmata rātou.
Kia ora. And they're underway here, Rhys, in the junior girls over the 3000 metres, looking at some of the contenders that we expect to be forward here. Imogen Barlow, Scarlett Robb, Juju Moorhead, the Hellier twin sisters, Lisa and Sarah, Danica Clooney, Eleanor Pugh. What are your thoughts
Yeah, look, I think the way things are set up these days with the secondary schools, with the Year 9 championship each year, it's actually really exciting to see these Year 9 girls actually stepping up. I think what we know is we've got these top 10 girls all stepping up to the junior girls, battling against some of those top junior girls from last year. So there is going to be some really awesome racing out the front. But certainly Imogen Barlow, defending, winner in the Year 9 grade in 2022. She certainly is going to be one of those girls to watch there from St Kentigern's.
I was lucky enough to be in Nelson last year to see Imogen win that title, and since then on the track, under 16 national titles, 800, 1500 and 3 kilometres. You can see them over the far side of the field, and then working around the hedge line. And soon they'll go to the crossing and then up into the back paddocks there, Reece. And we had a walk around there this morning. Obviously my shoes are still a little wet from that, but what did you make of the course in terms of how muddy it was and the undulation?
Yeah, look, I think for people who are familiar with New Zealand cross-country courses, the back part of the course is pure New Zealand farm cross-country running. It's very uneven, very, very difficult running. As we have seen, this first 500 metres is travelling around the rugby fields here, so a nice, smooth, flat start. But as they head up into the hills, very, very difficult underfoot. Lucky for the runners, I think, today, not too much mud out there. It is pretty firm underfoot.
Ka tika tō kōrero Reece, I ki te tātou i ngā kōtiro, kua tai mai te wā mā rātou ki te peke, I runga i ngā puke, warurau ngā tamariki, ngā taiohi, I konei mo tēnei whakataitai. O whakaro mā?
And there's also log barriers over there, and also a couple of hurdles there as well. And I guess at this early stage, Reece, that's no problem to negotiate, but as the race goes on, a little more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for the shorter races, especially for this race, 3K, they're doing a short 1K loop where they've gone over those barriers. We'll see them head back out onto the longer 2K loop where they'll hit those log jumps again. I think as they start to head further into the race, some of those what appear to be small jumps become a lot more difficult as the race goes on. Certainly for the senior girls in the 4K and senior boys into 6K, going over those jumps again and again, especially these small rises, we see them going up now. It does start to weigh on the legs. It starts to get a bit more challenging, especially with the rough underfoot.
Tautoko tō whakaro mō tēnā Reece, ka kite au kua timata rātou ki te wehi, ko ngā kaioma kaha, kei mua, ko etahi kei muri, e hara I tēnei he mea ngāwari, nō reira kei te ata haere etahi, kia ora.
Kia ora, Debbie. It's an opportunity for us to have a look at some of the numbers and as the runners come through, and obviously if you are watching at home you'll be able to pick up on who you are looking for, whether starting to clear after that shout came through just prior to the start. They're coming past us here, the start-finish line, so they've done a 1K loop, Reece, and now they'll do the 2 kilometre loop up into the back paddock shortly, and that'll be where things get testing.
Yeah, look, and the wonderful thing is we're sitting up here nicely in a commentary booth, but look, outside on the field, the rain's dropped away a little bit, but what a beautiful view we've got here with these wonderful camera angles. As we see the athletes come around here, we may see it again. We saw on that first loop as they went around the wonderful skyline here at Massey University, and we were talking before with Debbie about maybe some of the history of actually what we can see here and the plains that Massey University are built on. There's a lot of history here, isn't there?
Ai, ka tika tō kōrero Reece, ko te ingoa o tēnei wharewānanga, tēnei whenua, ko te kuninga pūrehu roa, nō reira he pai tēnei I te nuinga o te wā, ka tākaro whutupōro, ka tākaro kaipara, ngā tīma, I tēnei rā ka mōhio e tātou ko te omaroa, engari tataki konei hoki te motu o Pautoa, he wāhi tapu mō rangitāne o Manawatu. Kia ora, tēnā koe Mark.
So into the 2 kilometre lap now for the junior girls, our first competition of the day. Imogen Barlow from St Kentigern, the Year 9 winner last year, stepping up into the juniors. Last year we saw Scarlett Robb finish second to Imogen. Juju Moorhead dead-heated for third with Lisa Hellier, one of the Hellier twins, and they're all stepping into the juniors in 2023. Reece, they move across the crossing and move up into the back paddock in the most testing part of the 3 kilometre journey.
Yeah, it looks like our leading athletes there. Lisa Hellier from Onehunga School, Millie McFadgen from St Peter's, Imogen Barlow from St Kendigans, Eleanor Pugh from Bethlehem College, Lucy Hanna from Queen Margaret, Sarah Hellier from Onehunga High School. Yeah, a number of the expected names up the front there.
Ko rātou ngā whetū o ngā whetū I tēnei wā ngā kaioma kaha mō naenei mō apopo mai hoki nō reira mātakitaki mai e hoa mā ko tēnei he whakataitai nunui. Kia ora mā.
Number here as they move into the back paddock there, and Reece, you're working on the live leaders.
Yes, we're just waiting to confirm as they turn around and come back into us with the numbers on the front. I did mention there Millie McFadgen from St Peter's College. She was 6th in the Year 9 girls last year, adding to that large group of competitive girls from that Year 9 stepping up this year, and as we said, expecting them to be in the mix, and great to see the youngsters up against those older girls in the junior grade.
E tī raha rā ana ngā kōtiro nō reira I te timatatanga kua whakaperiperi e naenei kua tī rara.
850 nearly athletes today across the categories, starting with the junior girls today. 134 schools represented at the 49th edition of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country Championship.
So a leading pack of 4 runners there. They're about halfway now, or just over the halfway mark, in this Toru Mano Mita Junior Girls National Secondary Schools Championships for 2022. Big thanks obviously to Bailey's. We see them on the screen there, one of the major sponsors here of the secondary school sport. And obviously a big thanks to Whakaata Māori and Māori Active, providing the platform for the coverage today on YouTube.
Iris, kare kore kia mihi atu tātou kia rātou ngā kai tautoko mō enei taiohi. Mena kari rātou I tautoko pēra kia Whakaata Māori, me era atu, me aha. Nō reira, kua puawai enei whakataitai I roto I te tautoko o Whakaata Māori me etahi atu. Tēnā koe mai.
And we see number 332 Lisa Hellier leading there. Number 483 Scarlett Robb also there. Imogen Barlow in there as well.
Yeah, and I think the 4th girl, as I mentioned before, Millie McFadgen from St Peter's College, that 4th girl in that lead pack.
He tino tata rātou ni e te toko whā, ko wai ka hua, kāri tātou I te mōhio, engari kei te whakaperiperi rātou te toko whā nei.
In the paddock, they're working up the hill, and not only is it uphill, but there's also various undulations as well. And out there this morning, when we were walking, obviously, many athletes going around and just looking at probably the best course to take, Reece, because there'll be a couple of corners where it will chop up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think as we see them head around that corner there, we've still got Lisa Hellier there in the lead, and I think as they turn around those top bends, it is going to be a bit tricky because it is getting pretty soft, I think, on that inside of that corner. But there's no point in running too much further up that hill than what you need to. I think once we hit the senior boys this afternoon, we will see some tough choices being made about whether they take the inside line on those corners or stay wide to stay in the clear running.
Te miharo hoki ki te mātakitaki e nei kōtiro, e kahana ki te oma, he maha ngā wā kua whakaharatau rātou mō tēnei, nō reira ka rere ngā mihi ki a rātou kai tautoko a rātou mātua, no te mea he tino kaha te tautoko ki te aki whakatena tēnei e nei kōtiro, ki te whakatipu ngā pukinga ki te oma.
Lisa Hallier's just dropped back to third there after leading as they go over that next log barrier, and it's Scarlett Robb and Imogen Barlow who look like they're going to sort out this finish race.
Ai, kia rua o rāua.
Yeah, Imogen Barlow from St Kennigan's there, pushing the pace. They've got about, I believe, at that corner there, they've got about 120 metres to go, so we're about to see them turn into the finish straight. Imogen Barlow leading as they went away from the last screenshot.
So Imogen Barlow with a sprint that's carried her clear. Number 490, Imogen Barlow from St Kentigern College after winning the Year 9 last year in Nelson. She takes out the junior title this year. 483 second is Scarlett Robb, and Lisa Hallier looking to cling on for third.
Tū meke ka rawe, kōti pai rātou.
Yeah, and a repeat of the 1, 2, 3 from the Year 9 girls last year. So those Year 10 girls really cleaning things up here in this junior girls race.
And number 534, Millie McFadgen, who was in that leading group of 4 from St Peter's College of Gore, is finished 4th and making the Eastern Southland town proud.
Yeah, and I think we saw Eleanor Pugh there from Bethlehem College come through. I believe she was in 5th position most of that way once that first group moved away from her. Just coming across the line there, Sarah Hallier as well. Obviously we're pretty happy about the sisters' performance and actually setting up pretty good for an Onehunga High School year 3-person teams performance there.
Tā rātou Waimari, nea, he maha ngā kaioma tere I roto I taua kura, o tira I ngā kura katoa te motu.
Sarah Hallier finished 10th last year. It looks like she's made the top 10 again as we see others come through. And what I noticed last year, Reese, from watching the athletes after the race and going to the official result boards, and that obviously clearly set their own targets about what time they might run, but also very much about where they might finish. And for some of them, finishing in the top 50 was like what they were looking for. For others, it's the top 100.
Yeah, look, and for those people who are maybe a little bit new to secondary schools cross-country, but cross-country running in general, I mentioned there about the teams race. In all of the races today, we do have a 3-person team and a 6-person teams race. Obviously, the biggest schools will be competing in the 6-person as well as the 3. I did just mention about Onehunga. Unfortunately, I just noticed looking at the entry list, they just have the 2 sisters, Sarah and Lisa Hallier. Obviously, great performance for them. There's not actually a 3rd runner for them, but we look at some of those big schools, Mark, Sacred Heart Girls College from New Plymouth, Palmerston North Girls High School, Wellington Girls College, Ngātawa Diocesan School. There's some really big competitive schools turning up with big teams here for secondary schools cross country.
Ki tōku nei whakaro race kōrua ko Mark, ko mahi rātou tēnei aua kura mai rano, nō reira I roto I aua kura te hia te tautoko ki te awhinga tauira pērā. He pai tēnā, he tino pai. Ka tika hoki te whainga paitai o etahi o ngā kōtiro. Ko etahi te hihia ki te whiwhi nama I roto I ngā tekau. Ko etahi kia harikoa mina ka tai mai rātou I raro I te rima tekau. Engari ko te mea nui kua oma tere, kua whakapau a rātou ake kaha mō tēnei.
Debbie, you have been a principal, I understand, in the past, and you're still teaching te reo Māori at Palmerston North Boys High School. So what sort of buzz has there been for the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country being back here for the 3rd ever time in Palmerston North? Oh,
kei te tino haro te ngākau o ngā tauira, o te rā o ngā pauako me te hāpori nei, miharo rau atu. Kei iwa tau, kua pahuri ake I konei, kua hoki mai I tēnei rā, tēnei whakataitai, nō reira Mark he rawe tēnei. He hi kaka ana mātou ki te mātakitaki tēnei, ki te mihi hoki ki ngā tangata katoa ki te haramai I tēnei rā.
Reece, in your experience, we've had the same three in the same order, the year 9 last year, stepping up to the juniors this year and finishing the same order. Imogen Barlow from St Kentigern College, Scarlett Robb from St Cuthbert's, and Lisa Hellier from Onehunga. Is that something we can expect? Is that something that happens often in your experience?
Look, to be honest, it's not unexpected. Girls that were performing at a high level last year, we'd expect to see them, I guess, in the mix. Where it gets interesting with the secondary schools is because of the way the age groupings are done. There are athletes that will be year 11 who are still eligible to compete in the junior girls or the junior boys races. What that means is for those runners that are stepping up from year 9s, they've had success at the year 9 level. As they come into the junior grades, they do have some of those year 11 students that are still there and still obviously competitive. So really impressive running from those young year 10 girls that have been able to, I guess, come up and compete. The other difficulty is secondary schools running is a big step up from anything that the kids are doing at a primary or intermediate schools level. Some of these kids will have been at the Ames Games last year in the intermediate level. But turning up and running here with 200 athletes, I think a number of these races around that 150 mark, it's really difficult. That start is super fast, it's super competitive. If you don't get out quickly, you're going to get left behind, and I think these girls have managed it really well.
Indeed.
Ai he whea ko tēnei mā rātou. This is a new experience for many of them, and as you're right, they can feel the pressure. Engari, kua tai e rātou te mahi, but they have achieved that by competing today, and that can only just develop and get better. Nō reira ngā mihi kia Mark, kōrua ko Reece.
So we mentioned the top 5 there. In 6th place was Danica Clooney, who is from Northland, and in 7th Juju Moorhead, who headed for 3rd last year in the junior of the year 9, I should say. Sarah Hellier, the twin sister of the 3rd place getter Lisa, in 8th. Lucy Hanna finishing 9th, and Nina Chalmers in 10th position in the junior girls over 3,000 metres.
Yeah, and I think as I was mentioning about the teams events before as well, the wonderful thing about cross country is for those schools where the girls or boys are part of a larger team. We're talking before about some of these athletes will be here with aims to maybe make the top 100, maybe make the top 50. As a member of a team, every position back there, actually, it's almost more valuable than those girls or boys that are up the front. The difference between finishing 1st or 2nd, there might be 10 seconds in it. Back when you're in 50th or 60th, 10 seconds could be the difference of 10 or 15 places. So it certainly provides a good reason for those athletes that are further back in the field to keep pushing all of the way to the line. They know they're part of a team, they're doing their job by scoring those points like further back in the field.
Ai, ka tika tō kōrero Reece, he rautaki pai tēnā, he mea hei whakakahi a rātou ki te omatere. It's almost incentive-based, isn't it?
Ngā mihi Debbie, and we will have a short break here on Whakata Māori, the streaming service, having shown you the junior girls. Now we do have limited coverage of the year 9 girls who are due to go at 11:10. At 10 minutes to 12, 11:50, junior boys over the 4,000 metres. We'll also have the para boys over the 2,000 metre course at that time too, 11:50. Year 9 boys at 12:30. We'll bring you limited coverage there of that. The senior girls over the 4,000 kilometres, 2 circuits here at 10 after 1. And we finish with the senior boys over the 6,000 metres, 3 circuits at 10 minutes to 2.
We had to make sure from the beginning, yep, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to go all in.
And then there was us.
So I was so determined to have this pepe.
Huro pepe, ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Okay guys, twice the cell. Go past the cell. Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Whoops.
empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from polo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo Projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
Not for the faint-hearted.
You were here on all fronts.
Or the hakanati. And the nutty haka.
I te whakarongo kōrua?
Kua pakaru tēnei pātene.
Hakapedia, paraire ki whakaata Māori.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School, Sue.
Marina, hope you're enjoying the coverage of the 49th edition of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country Championships here at Massey University in Palmerston North. Mark Rosanowski with you, and Rhys Buck, and also Debbie Marshall-Lobb here as we stream on this Whakaata Māori service for you. We've had the junior girls over 3,000 metres to set us off today, and Imogen Barlow the winner, having backed up from her Year 9 victory last year. Scarlett Robb second, as she was last year, to Imogen, and Imogen kicking clear in a sprint finish up the finish lane to head off Scarlett Robb, and Lisa Hellier, who was in the leading pack throughout and did lead in probably halfway to 2/3 of the way through, has finished third as she did last year, or she did headed for third. Our next race will be the Year 9 girls over the 3,000 metres at 11:10. We will have some limited coverage of that for you. Rhys, as we look forward to later in the program, obviously we're finishing the day over the 6 kilometres, and that's 3 laps for the senior boys, where we have a number of runners to watch out for, and perhaps most obviously Alfie Steedman, who won the junior title last year. By that time, with the other races that have been on, plus the fact that they do 3 circuits of the 2 kilometre lap here, what are you expecting conditions to be like at that point?
Yeah, well, as you're speaking, I think the sun's come back out, the rain stopped. So, look, if the rain stays away, I think what we're looking at is a course that's similar to what we've got now. A little bit soft underfoot, but not too much mud. The choice about where you run is mostly going to be about where the other athletes are, and actually just making sure you stay on your feet under this really uneven footing. If the rain does pick up, absolutely, it's good farmland out the back here, and those ups and downs I think are going to get pretty slippery. There's a couple of downhill sections that were a little bit bare of grass when we did a walk around this morning, and I think when you've got, by the time the senior boys get to run, there will have been 700 odd athletes around over those pieces of the course, flattening that out, making it pretty slippery. So it will be interesting to see. I think you mentioned before about the tactics for the girls early on. Some leading being done there by Lisa Hellier and Scarlett Robb. I think in the senior boys we're going to see those tactics come into play a little bit more. Anyone who goes out a little bit too hard in that first 2K is probably going to feel it a little bit. I say that, I'm probably going to get made to look incredibly wrong when we see athletes like Steedman are running a little bit later. He's been on fire during the track season. Look, there's athletes like that could run away from the field here today, but some competitive lineup in that senior boys, so hopefully we get a good battle.
Ka tika tō kōrero mō tērā race, kōrua ko Mark. te hui ngā ringa, te hui ngā waiwai me ngā pakihiwi, ngā pauako me te whānau, ngā kai tautoko hoki o enei kura maha o te motu, hoki mai, whakarongo mai ki ngā kōrero. He rawi ngā mahi ākura, ki tēnei whakataitai ki te whakarite ngā tauira hoki. Welcome back everyone. It's just a pleasure to be hosting you here in Rangitani o Manawatu, and we know that many people have contributed, Mark, to the success of the students being here today. It's culminated in many trainings, much advice, mentoring, and that's very special. It's important to me, to all those people who've supported ngā kai tautoko o ngā tauira. Your thoughts on that?
Well, very important for the city, I would imagine, to have 850 athletes here. The coaching staff, obviously, athletes and coaches have put in a great deal of time to build up towards this, and then when we come here to the day, we just have to take whatever we get, and we don't know what we're going to get. But to have this number of people in the city, plus everybody else who shows up, including me, I'm from out of town, from Whakaruiatara, Wellington, and I'd imagine that this is the third time that this event has been held in its 49 years in Palmerston North, so it's something that only comes along once in a while, so these events are very important to the city.
Oh, ai, kari kore, he tino nui e nei hui, ma mātou o papai o ia, e ai ki o kōrero ko au tētahi te koro mātua tuarua I runga I te kaunihera o papai o ia, nō reira, I roto I taua kaunihera I whiriwhiri kōrero mātou, kei te tino harikoa mātou kua tai mai, te tini te mano ki konei, mō tēnei momo whakataitai, he rawe te kuninga pūrehu roa, mō enei momo hākinakina, ai, ko te tūmanako kia pai te noho o koutou I konei, kia haere pai mai, kia hoki pai atu ki o koutou kāinga. It's an absolute privilege, Mark, to have, and I'm speaking as Deputy Mayor here, to have people come to our city and participate, to see the young people come together. I mean, we celebrate with that regardless of wherever they would be, but to have them here in our own community is pretty special. And I know that within the chambers last week, all the councillors was talking about how fantastic it is to have people from around the motu here, and we take that hosting really seriously. We think that Massey University have got some stunning facilities, and I acknowledge them in the preparation. Next month, we're going to have the Spanish football team, women's football team here, and that's going to be very special as well. But for us to see young people who have trained and worked hard is amazing. These are in Māori I had mentioned, ngā whetū, mō naine, mō apopo mai. These are the stars of now and for the future, and I think we need to keep an eye on them. So thank you, Mark and Reese.
The FIFA Women's World Cup coming to New Zealand and Palmerston North, as Debbie mentioned there. The Spanish team will be a terrific team to host. Reese, just 1975, the second ever running of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country. 74 was Christchurch, and the 50th edition next year will be back in Christchurch, but the second edition was here in Palmerston North, not on this side here, but on farmland. Jeff Shaw was telling us, because Jeff's been over our shoulder here for a bit today, and Jeff was an outstanding cross-country runner at that time and won the senior title in 75.
Yeah, look, it's one of the things that I love about getting the opportunity to come back to events like this and be involved in the commentary. I get to catch up with some old faces, and maybe in the case of Jeff, not someone I raced against myself, but I'm familiar with him and his exploits as an athlete. In fact, you'll be interested to know, still holds the New Zealand Secondary Schools 3,000 metre steeplechase record. Set, I think, back in about 1979. So I think it's a claim to fame that he likes to hold on to. I remind him of it every time I see him. And but look, I think, like me, he loves coming along to these events. He's a committee member for the New Zealand Secondary Schools Association, Athletics Association, and to come along here and watch these athletes going through what we were going through ourselves 30, 40 years ago, and knowing how much fun it is out there to run, you're out there with your mates, you're out there with people that you might race against on a kind of semi-regular basis. You see at these national championships the camaraderie, the friendship, all of that stuff that goes along with it, the memories that get created on a cross-country course like this. It is really, really cool.
Ka tika tō kōrero Reece, he whanaungatanga I konei. Without a doubt, there is that sort of whanaungatanga, that familiarity, that sort of cohesion amongst the schools, amongst the people who participate. And well done, Jeff. He can certainly hold claim to that prestigious title.
And you talk about him, Reece, being still the record holder for the steeplechase. We've seen with Imogen Barlow already, and the outstanding season that she's had on the track, and then winning the cross country last year as a year 9 and the junior title now. A number of these runners have also had success at road championship level. Alfie Steedman we talked about later in the senior men's, and he's had a stellar season on the track. So what's the synergy like between cross country and track, just based on those results, those people we've been talking about, that we do see them to the forefront sort of across the range of running disciplines at this age?
Yeah, look, I think that at this age, I think what cross country often shows is athletes that are talented at sport. We often see, in the past we've seen people that go on to be All Blacks are finishing top 10, top 15 here at the New Zealand Secondary Schools cross country. A lot of the runners here today will be top football players, top netball players, and the ones that specialise in running will also do the track during the summer. A lot of them will be successful track runners as well. The training does overlap quite a lot. The great thing here, and I think this is the same thing with World Cross Country Championships, where what you're actually seeing is everywhere from 800 metre runners all the way up to 5,000 metre runners all lined up side by side competing against each other in cross country, which is pretty cool. But certainly for me, you mentioned earlier about my running at World Cross Country Champs. Often what allowed me to be successful at that level in cross country was the track racing and the competition and some of the training that goes with competing on the track as well. So I think they do support each other really well, just like I said before. Just like playing football, just like playing rugby or netball, the crossover of the sports, they really benefit each other. So the hope is that a lot of the athletes we're seeing here today, they'll go back home to join their sports teams and be competing maybe next week in their team sports, and hopefully the cross country here today, it's given them a little bit more maybe mental strength, it's given them a little bit more fitness, a little bit more kind of motivation to push through when things get hard, maybe out on the rugby field or netball court.
Ka tika tō kōrero Reece mō tēnā, nā te mea ko te kohinga whiako I āwhina I ngā kaipara nei ki te puawai. Aha ko te mahi, kei reira rātou, e kimi ki te whakapai a rātou mahi. You know, without a doubt, that those collective experiences that they have in cross-country and other sports, and you find them that those ones who are very talented, they just seek to improve all the time, and those experiences lend themselves to making them more resilient, faster, quicker, more agile, and we see that here, don't we, Mark?
Indeed, Debbie. Speaking of other sports, I believe you were doing some rugby commentary during the week.
Oh, where? Yes, I had my first dash of that on Thursday, filling in very quickly at Palmerston All Boys High School when they played New Plymouth Boys High in He Paitera. It was good to see the Super 8 competition very much alive and very strong, and I must admit I did enjoy the game. Coming from Palmerston All Boys High School, obviously a little bit one-eyed there, but my job was to be impartial when I was calling things. Fantastic, in fact. I've got sons myself who enjoy playing rugby. They're a lot older now. My eldest son is the deputy headmaster at Auckland Grammar, so we often have a lot of talk about rugby, and of course we're my husband and I are a bit cheeky to him about that too, being teachers. Nā reira, he pai tēnā ki te mātakitaki ngā tamariki, ngā taiohi I tākaro hākinakina, aha ko te hākinakina, he pai kia ki te ngā taiohi I noho haumaru.
Well, that there, Reese, makes me think Palmerston North, and I do come here once a week for work, and this is something that I love to take my boys past here. They're 11 and 8, and get up close to these because they're actually almost, I'm not sure if intimidating is the right word, but I find them magnificent, and obviously for the good of the environment too.
It shows me that you haven't been getting out around the Makara Hills in Wellington very often as well. We've got a whole bunch of them down in Wellington now, and I agree. I love to get out and run on the trails, and certainly in Wellington, a lot of the trails head up into the hills where we have those the wind farm, and the nice thing with the wind farm is they don't build houses up there, so the trails are always going to be there. We're always going to be able to get out and enjoy running up there.
Ko te ingoa Māori mo te windmill, ko te pūrere kapo hau. It's a lovely name for that. Pūrere, the wind, kapo hau that captures, the device that captures the wind. And of course we know important for sustainability, and it's the way of the world. We're all wanting to be more efficient with our power and usage, but it is a lovely backdrop there. Oh.
And looking at the flag, some decent wind today for them to capture too.
For sure.
Well, I think the nice thing for some of these athletes, it's a tailwind down the finish straight.
Bright sunshine now too after we had that shower just leading into the junior girls race. Now we're closing in on start time for the year 9 girls who'll be racing over the 3,000 metres as well. A kilometre circuit first and then the 2 kilometre circuit to finish. That's due to start at 10 minutes past 11, and they're just getting the 3-minute cool down there at the start line. So what will the nerves be like for year 9? This is quite a big experience, just coming into secondary school and coming into an event as big as this.
Yeah, look, as I said before, partly around the number of athletes that they're coming with a team will make a big difference. If you've got a big team around you, coaches that are familiar with it, it really helps. It looks like we're heading now to the presentations for the junior girls race.
Te tiro ka pai tēnā ka tū aia I rungi te ata mire ki te whiwhitana metara. Ngā tino mihi ki aia ko tana tūnga tuatahi. Kua karanga atu mo te tūnga tuarua. Miharo ki.
Richard Barlow, the winner, Debbie, of the junior girls.
Ai, ka tika Mark. And what a wonderful celebration it is to stand up on the podium there. Hopefully it's something they'll do a lot more of.
Scarlett Robb second and third, Lisa Hadley, repeating the result of the year 9 last year in Boston.
O he mahanga hoki kei runga rā, ka pai te namatua toru. Their family must, run really fast too. Well done. They must be very proud of their both daughters.
Yeah, and as I said before, I made the mention that if they had a third runner from their school, Onehunga High School, very, very good start with their first 2 runners in that year, in that junior girls race. There's the opportunity certainly for schools that do have a couple of star runners. You only need a third runner that's maybe in the top 50, and they can be winning medals in these teams events, which is an opportunity for them. As we see on screen there, the woman that's presenting those certificates to those leading athletes in the junior girls with the long curly hair there, Tessa Webb. She's very well known here in the Manawatu, and recently returned back briefly to New Zealand from a scholarship in the USA to High Point University. And it sounds like she's going to be heading back there very soon to University of Chicago for her Masters. So an athlete that performed incredibly well at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country over a number of years. Opportunity there to head off overseas and get an education, and now moving on to her Masters. She's come back here and giving back here in the local community to present these awards.
Ai, he tino rawe aia, ngā tino mihi ki aia hoki, mo ana pukinga, mo tona ngā kaunui ki tēnei momo hākinakina, ki enei Kai para o te wā. It's just a privilege to see her, and she's a role model. He tauira paimanga kōtiro katoa. Ki te whaitana tohu mātauranga hoki, he mea pai rawa. So how exciting to have such a wonderful representative and local give out those awards, and to know that she's also pursuing academic achievement as well. That's fantastic. What a great role model she is.
Winner of the senior title in 2016 was our event ambassador Tessa Webb when the championships were held in Rotorua. As we get a look at the course, and this is the course at 3,000 metres, the journey for the junior girls. It's the look at the movement in the paddock where there's a number of uphill, then across the crossing and the sprint finish down to the finishing line.
Ka hihi o Mark me reis ki te hoki atu ki Tessa Webb. Kuia tētai tipuaki I Kawakawa, I haere ai ki te kura o Lytton, ki te kura wainga o Kawakawa, ki Kawakawa High, me ki Fielding Agricultural High School I Taua Wā, and nānei kei High Point University kei Tāwāhi, ngā tino mihi ki aia.
And look, as we have said before, we've got the Year 9 girls underway. And there will be limited coverage of this event, obviously based on guiding principles around coverage of junior sport in New Zealand, but we do have some nice coverage there to start, showing that large field as they head out around the field here at Massey University.
O te maha hoki o rātou, kei te kaha a tamanui te rā e nānei, ko oti te ua. Nō reira ko te tumina ko kia noho pērā mō te katoa o te rā. Ka kite tātou etahi o te whānau o ngā kai hāpai e mātakitaki ana. Kua haere mai rātou te upoko o taua rārangi oma, ka pai rātou. They're looking very good there as they come around the corner. Clearly you can see the supporters, whānau, cheering them on as they come a big field, and it's amazing because the sun has come out, and I hope that it stays like that, Reese. Ngā mihi.
Yeah, look, we've got a lot of spectators, a lot of family and friends here as well. They're out there around the course cheering on their children and their students, and look, it's a lot nicer being on the sidelines cheering on cross country when it's sunny. I see there in the reds, just on the right-hand side, one of those leading athletes here, Madison Wass from Wellington. She's been very competitive in the local scene there in Wellington, basically winning everything that she comes across. So great to see her up the front, running well.
Ka haere ngā kaipara nei ki wī ki wā ki te whiwhi whia ko pai pēnei, hei āwhina I a rātou kia puawai, kia whakakoe a rātou pukinga. Like these athletes, they travel far and wide to get exposure to experiences that will make them faster, mentally more resilient. They love their sport, and what a treat for us to watch this and witness this, isn't it, Mark?
It certainly is, as we watch the initial stages of the Year 9 girls over the 3,000 metres. There is a 1 kilometre loop that they complete first before embarking on the full 2 kilometre loop for the 3 kilometres in total. Just a note too, the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association Facebook page, if you want to go there are some competitions there that you can enter, supported by some of our sponsors. So New Zealand Secondary Schools Association Athletics Association Facebook page, if you want to enter those competitions with some of the sponsors putting up some prizes for you there to win while you're enjoying the coverage of the 49th running of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country.
Nui ake o te kotahirau rimatakau ngā kura I konei, he rawi tēnā, kia ki te tātou te kaha o ngā kura tuarua hei tautoko o tēnei whakataitai. Warurau hoki ngā tauira ngā kaipara I konei. What an amazing event with over 150 plus schools here represented, 800 students participating. This is a huge event.
Reece Buck's got the binoculars out for the first time. He's getting serious here as we get into our second event this afternoon.
Yeah, well, certainly from the commentary booth here, we do know that people at home would love to see a little bit more action out there on this Year 9 race. As we see down the back there, it's still Madison Voss with another athlete alongside her. Madison just slipping back into second place. We will try and get those leading names for you as they come back around at the end of this small loop. We do know the coverage is not zooming in as close on these Year 9 races, but we'll try and update you as best we can. Once again, these athletes that we're going to see running here in this Year 9 race, as we saw earlier in that junior girls race, we're likely to see these names again out the front, competing again, hopefully back here or back at the secondary schools in 2024 in the junior girls race.
He hikaka ana hau mo tēnā race. I'm really excited about that. I think that's so exciting. We're watching these young athletes doing so well now, but we also know they'll be the stars of the future. Kei te tīrara rātou, we're seeing it's more spread out now, and ko ngā tauira upoko kei mua, kei te kaha rātou, he ngāwari mā rātou, are making it look easy that as they go around, particularly that front group.
And I believe it may be Paige Dobson from Napier Girls High School, followed by Maddie Worrell from Diocesan School for Girls, and Indy Williams as well, also from Diocesan School for Girls.
Ko tētahi mea pai māku I rungo au I te ata nei, kei te mau ia kaipara I tētahi mihini hei purua te nama, te taima, I runga I te papa tātai. So I learned something this morning actually, gentlemen. I learned that each athlete has a device on them that records their time. And having been a teacher for many years, the good news is you don't have to have the old stopwatch. This is far more reliable, isn't it?
Indeed,
it's in the middle, isn't it?
we're used to seeing people just stop their watch every time they go through, but not required here.
Well, as Mark was saying before, look, the technology is wonderful. We've got this beautiful images to watch as the cameras are following them around. We see once again there Madison Voss from I believe she's from Sacred Heart College in Wellington. She started to pull away a little bit from Paige Dobson from Napier Girls. But as Mark said before, I was still standing up here trying to look out the window with my binoculars, trying to get a little bit of a closer view. So,
Ai he rawe te mahi matahiko me te hangarau I nei rā. He ngāwari mā mātou, ngā kai mā takitaki, ngā kai whakarongo. Technology these days is just fantastic, and we're just getting the privilege of being able to see in real time the running, to know what the times are, to know who's out in front. And I'm very grateful to my two expert colleagues on either side of me. They've got a wealth of knowledge here.
Well, look, I was talking to Mark this morning as we were doing a walk around the course. The movement of technology over the last 10 years. So I was here 10 years ago with my friends, with some cameras, recording a lot of the footage of the secondary schools here in 2014. But what we did on that day, instead of live streaming, what we actually did is took those recordings, we took them home, we edited them, and then people sent in an email, and then I recorded those that footage onto discs and sent those CDs out, or DVDs out to the athletes and parents. So look, it's moved on a little bit. We get to sit at home now and watch this footage. But look, Madison Wass from Sacred Heart College in Wellington running very well at the front there. I believe that's Paige Dobson, number 244 from Napier Girls in second place. I see there number 468 has moved up into third with the two girls from Diocesan School just in behind them in fourth and fifth. That's Maddie Worrell and Indy Williams. just looking through our numbers there for number 468.
Yeah, that's Sophie Lamp from St Andrews College, currently prominent there. And Reece, we saw there quite a steep downhill after obviously they'd been going up the incline. Is running downhill, particularly given there's been a shower or two of rain, the most difficult part of this course, do you feel?
I think absolutely, and it's a little bit hard to see with the cameras, but most of the shoes that these, especially the top athletes, will be running, and they'll be running in cross-country spikes. The unfortunate thing with cross-country spikes is they're wonderful when you're going uphill or running on the flat with the spikes in the front of the shoe. When you start coming down a steep hill, where it's very difficult not to run on the heels of your shoes, the heels don't have spikes in them. It's not like a javelin shoe or a high jumping shoe that sometimes have heel spikes. So if you're not careful, the downhills are where most people will have those difficulties and slip and fall. In fact, I think we've got a race in Wellington, the shore baton relay that we have every year. It's got a very, very steep downhill, about 400 metres from the finish. I remember one year that I actually slipped as I came down the hill. I did a full roly-poly, popped back up. Everyone thought it was intentional for the fans, but look, I think that's the difficulty we just see in the background of that shot there. That short, sharp little, it's only about 30 metres, that short downhill. As we get on throughout the races today, you see the arms starting to go out, the athletes starting to flail around a little bit. It is getting quite slippery, and as they hit with their heels will slip.
Ai, ka tika tō kōrero ki tōki nei whakaro hei te ahi nei mō ngā tama kia ua ake mō rātou. I think you're very right there, Reece, and your experience has given us insight into that, how difficult it could be running downhill, and it'll be more difficult for those later athletes running this afternoon, won't it, because it's been trodden well and truly.
Absolutely, that's where that rain, I think, could make a difference. It's staying clear now. Hopefully that stays like that for the senior boys. We don't want to see athletes falling over because it does really change the race in some ways. I think we've got the coverage turning now. We might see those athletes as they're coming down to the finish. I was at the finish line at the Dawn Cup in Wellington watching Madison Voss win the under-16 girls there just last week. She's backing up here today. A nice win here over Paige Dobson from Napier Girls. Excellent front running in that second lap as she pulled away from Paige. And
Sophie Lamp home in third spot, and a good finish, only a matter of metres between them.
Ai, ka tika, he tino tata rātou te toko toru nei. Nō reira, ngā mihi ki a rātou kura. Kei te haere tonu mai e tahi atu, he pai tēnā. Those top three were quite close, and it was a competitive run, wasn't it? But they did make it look easy. Bless. Kia ora.
Yeah, look, and I was mentioning before about as we move back in the field as well, and we start to get some big groupings of athletes, and we see how close it can be. I'm just looking at last year's results. I think for third to fifth in the Year 9 girls, there was 1 second separating those three runners. So I think as we go through the field, we do get those patches coming through. 1 second can make a huge difference in the placing.
Ka rawe rātou, I waho rā etahi o ngā mātua, e mātakitaki ana, ngā kaitautoko, kei te tangohia whakaahua. I can see that there are lots of people on the side, parents, supporters, taking photos, recording this momentous occasion, and well done to the runners.
So the runners coming through to complete the Year 9 girls here at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country at Massey University, and some big sprint finishes, certainly some relief for some of them as they turn for home and see that finish line, Debbie, and they can really pick up, and some of them are finishing extremely fast.
E pērā ki auata kōtiro kua tino oma rātou, you're right there, Mark. Well done them, they deserve it, and they're looking a bit tired, some of them, as you would do, you'd expect to, but they can still put in that sprint at the end.
And as Reece mentioned earlier, there is a team component as well, and for those schools that have enough, their top three runners will be assessed for the team's competition of 3, but for some of the biggest schools, teams of 6, and those runners will count, so every placing does count towards that team finish as well. So there are team races within the individual race here as well, and of course tomorrow there's relays here, including a mixed relay, Debbie, so a second day of activity here as well, and these runners will be backing up, so one or two of them might be seeking a massage tonight.
Ka pai, ai he tino rawe tēnā, kua ki te tātou ngā kōtiro, he kaha tonu taino ki te mutunga o te reihi nei. So they're still giving it their all right up until the last moment, and I've got to really admire that and take my hat off to them.
And the official results will come through. They get placed on a board a little later. As I mentioned last year in Nelson, it's the first New Zealand secondary schools cross country that I've attended as a commentator, and to see the delight for some people that they achieved whatever goal they were. It might be top 20, it might be top 50, it might be top 100. For some of them it's purely finishing, and obviously an effort to get here to represent their school in the first instance, and now you can see how important just every little placing is down the pack.
And what an achievement, Mark. I mean, this is all about character too, isn't it? Because they have to be disciplined to do the training. They've got to be motivated to want to race and compete. They've got a support crew behind them. And probably through, some of them have had to deal with some hardships. Maybe it might be around about weather or getting out and about, or other things, you know, and yet they're here. What a fantastic example. He tauira pai tēnei mā tātou. This is what a wonderful exemplar for all of us.
And these athletes have been running for well in excess of 15 minutes now, and completing this in around 15:30, those who are coming through. Now, just with that result there, look, Madison Voss did win this. There's a times come up there for Katie Sharp, which obviously can't be correct anyway with the 4 minutes, but Madison Voss winning in 11:28 and change there. Paige Dobson second, Sophie Lamb third, Maddie Worrell in after that. Top 10 there. You can see through if there's anyone in particular obviously that you are following yourself. Just not quite sure about that glitch with Katie Sharp at the top there, but Madison Voss successful from Sacred Heart College.
He tere aua wā, nera, Mark. Those times are fast.
It's certainly a good course here, and really enjoyed getting out there and walking it this morning with Reese. Of course, 30 years ago we would have run it.
Hey, I pōhehe au, I oma kōrua I tēnei ata. I thought you actually did run it this morning.
I had good intentions, Debbie. I had good intentions. But look, once I put the jeans on, there's kind of no going back. Can't run in jeans, but nonetheless, with the incline you see out there, yes. And some of them quite steep there. So even just walking, very good exercise for me this morning and for Reese. My athletics career nowhere near in the vicinity of Reese, who's attended 4 World Championship cross countries, and we may talk with him about that in the future in between races. And our next event will be the junior boys, and that'll start at 10 minutes to 12, so about just over 20 minutes away from that, and that's the 2 circuits at 4,000 metres for them. That's the junior boys at 10 to 12.
That's impressive what you were saying about Reese and his career. Can you tell me a little bit about your career in athletics, Mark?
Well, certainly cross country, probably not my go-to, Debbie, although I did enjoy getting out, and any form of running as a child was something that I enjoyed. So I am the son of a teacher, an English teacher down in Kaiapoi in North Canterbury. And my father did set up a junior athletics club in Kaiapoi, and consequently I was sort of introduced to all of the track and field athletics and any form of running I was involved in. But I would describe myself as a handy provincial athlete, but never as good to be on the national stage as Reese was, and indeed as my father was as a long jumper. But Reese and I were talking this morning, and you'll be well aware of this, I'd imagine, with your background in education, that some of the schools, it's about who's there inspiring athletes to do certain things. Now, my father was never a hammer thrower, which is the big metal ball, and nor would I ever be either. But he recognised a couple of athletes who, if they were going to get into athletics, that the hammer throw would be their thing, given their core strength. And so he went out and bought a hammer so that they could train. And as I say, he couldn't coach them as such, but he could provide them with the implement for them to practice and to get into it. And a couple of them, one in particular I recall, became a nationally ranked athlete with the hammer. And I'd imagine in schools all around the country here, and they'll be represented today, people with a passion for athletics, in particular cross country today, inspiring that next generation.
Mark. I've been teaching for 42 years now, and I've had the absolute privilege of seeing students in many different schools, and they've been encouraged and supported by people like your dad who noticed something special about them or saw the potential, and I think that's huge. We can't underestimate those people, and many of them voluntarily. There would have been no management units around for your dad in his time. He would have done all of that outside of his core business of learning and teaching. And to have people support our young people realise their potential, their full potential, is amazing. Nō reira, koutou ngā kai whakarongo, ngā kai mā takitaki, he tino rawe tēnei hui, he tino pai kia ki te ngā tauira, ngā taiohi I whakapaukaha, te miharo hoki. It's just such a privilege and delight to see young people, isn't it, from all around the country come together and give their very best and pursue their dreams. And it is a great achievement. They've got bragging rights for the rest of their life after this.
Exactly. Debbie, I'm about to throw to a short break, and we'll be back very soon with the coverage here from Massey University. What should I say in Māori to throw to a break? You can teach me here. You are a te reo teacher, and I am at the very base level, but wanting to learn and to understand.
Kua tai mai te wā mo te whakatā, nō reira kia hoki anō tātou. I think I might have gone about. Kua tai mai te wā ki te whakatā, kia ora. So, kua tai mai te wā ki te whakatā, kia hoki mai anō tātou. Ai, a kua nei kia hoki mai anō tātou. So, shortly we'll be back. Kia ora.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Baileys finding buyers that others can't.
Want to see some Michael Jackson dance moves?
I guess it's time for presents.
I am afraid, but I don't want to survive. I want to live.
I will not fall into despair.
Do you have any idea what it's like knowing my real brother and mother spent every day of their lives looking for me?
Who's listening?
Moldy Smith.
So I feel it's worth pointing out that I will not be your mistress.
You're right, MacGyver. No one likes to show off.
You need to bloody listen.
How can I? When this guy's got his arm up the cows.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from the Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
This is a call to action.
It was really hard to try and keep it together every day.
I need some help.
Simple tools.
Is he here with his body or is he up here with his hininga?
For parents in need.
E tino he hena hau ki te whakapakari I ahau anō.
Tāhua. Mai te tirohanga Māori. Kids don't come with a manual with Nathan Wallace. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh yeah, feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off the litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirit.
The bait is over.
What I can almost guarantee is there's going to be some good fish here today.
Tuna in every 2 days.
I was pretty excited actually. Went from 0 to 100 real quick.
For a real good time.
All guns blazing.
Oh.
Yeah, my technique, it was me. Not.
Get in the water, Wild 2 day. Ki whakaata Māori.
Another day in paradise.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
You want your tamariki to be a part of the community. Keep getting all these feelings like he's never going to fit.
That gets pretty hard.
I'm so grateful that Clara has answered those prayers.
There's just always this bias away from our tamariki. We really need this done.
Our code of compliance, it's a big thing, and we ain't gonna just stop because we're stressed.
Super kura. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start.
Kia ora, welcome back. This is the 49th edition of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country here at Massey University in Palmerston North. And we're looking forward to our next race, which is at 10 minutes to 12. That'll be the junior boys over the 4,000 metres. With me is Reese Buck and also Debbie Marshall-Lobb as we just reconfigure that Year 9 girls result with Madison Voss the winner in 11:28 and change over Paige Duncan and Sophie Lamp third, Maddie Worrell fourth. Can read down there to find those that you are looking for. There will be a medal ceremony for them very shortly. For those who are just picking up on the coverage now, the Deputy Mayor of Palmerston North is with us, Debbie Marshall-Lobb, and Debbie introducing me to some words in Māori that I probably should know. But Palmerston North we talked about earlier, but Debbie, if we could just talk through that now in terms of how I say whanganui atara for Wellington, but for Palmerston North I would say
papai, te papai o ia. Te papai.
Te papai.
O ia.
O ia.
Yes.
Te papai o ia.
O ia.
O ia.
ka pai, which is really the clearing. Like Haunui Ananaya came and within our rohi, and he was a great explorer. And when he was standing on the Tararua Ranges and looking over, he saw the clearing, you know, Te Papai o Ia, which is, we're pretty flat around here in terms of there are not many ups and downs. And saying that, not far from us is a rise, and behind us in the farmland area where the students are running, there are some undulating hills, shall I say.
Gentle inclines.
Yes, gentle inclines.
I grew up in Christchurch, or in Kaiapoi, just north of Christchurch, so very familiar with the flat area. In terms of what's happening in Palmerston North, I understand you were talking about a building that may be built on that rise overlooking the city.
Oh yes, the rise to I suppose to the east of Palmerston North City, and within the city boundary is Te Motu o Poutoa, and we're actually going to Rangitani o Manawatu in collaboration with the Palmerston North City Council are looking at putting a building on there that overlooks the awa. It would be the gateway for Palmerston North, so we would be able to return in the day. It was a place, it was a sanctuary where people could see who was coming up and down the awa. It had a beautiful outlook, and we're looking at making sure that we bring that back again and to honour the significance of that place for Rangitani, and an area that everyone in Palmerston North can enjoy.
These events are an opportunity for you to showcase the city that you're very attached to, that is very dear to you. So for people watching, why would you encourage them to come to Palmerston North? Or if they're here for an event, what would you suggest that they go and see?
I think Palmerston North has so much to offer. Like we're close to 100,000 people who live here. We're well known for being a place where there are many educational institutions. The weather is pretty good actually. In the old days when I was growing up, people would refer to it as being windy, but in fact I think it's quite moderate. I think there are lots of opportunities. We've got Te Utanga Nui, which is a huge transport network and which will be a hub for air, freight, train, road usage, so we're looking at expanding, and that infrastructure is being put in place. We also have Te Ahua Turanga, which is a new multi-million-dollar road highway, 11 kilometres long, that joins this side of the ranges over with the other side, because of course we had to close the Manawatu Gorge roading due to subsidence and regularly, but that particular road, I've gone over it with the council, is fantastic, and even it incorporates cultural knowledge all along the way, and it will be a fantastic way to link here over there. Geographically we're central. We are a small city with great ambition, big ambitions, and we can offer everything here.
A gateway to many good things too.
Yes, definitely. A gateway to many good things. So we've got things covered in terms of culture and sport, economic development. There are many opportunities. And yes, if anyone's interested and wants to come to Manawatu, no mai hara mai, nuki nuki mai, neki neki mai. And you can even get in touch with me via the Palmerston North City Council if anyone wants more information. We're happy to give that personal advice.
And where we are today, Massey University, real pumping heart of the city.
Oh, it is. I mean, Massey University have been here for a number of years. My family have graduated from Massey University. We're alumni here, and it can cater for so many things, and the facilities that they offer and the teaching, the courses is amazing as well. So we have lots of people. Only 2 weeks ago I was in this particular building, the Rugby Institution, to celebrate the Manaaki scholarships. There are people who come from developing countries that the government support, and they've been here 3-4 years gaining qualifications, and they're now returning back to their homes with that knowledge, qualification to help their own schools and communities. And I think that's a wonderful initiative.
Debbie, the Māori for Massey University is some words and some things that I would struggle with to say quickly. So
yes.
How do we break it down?
Te kuninga.
Te kuninga.
Ki pūrehuroa.
Ki pūrehuroa.
Ai, te kuninga.
Te kuninga.
Ki pūrehuroa.
Pūrehuroa.
Ai. And we're right here in the heart of Te Kuninga ki Pūrehuroa, Massey University. And, oops, looks like we might be starting over soon.
Yeah, coming soon. They're getting ready for about 5 minutes away officially from start time for the junior boys. Our co-commentator Rhys Buck has been studying the form guide intently over there. I assume that's what he's doing, so we'll get some thoughts from you, Rhys, as we look forward to this. Now, when we were out on our walk and we walked past Desmond Reddy, who I witnessed win the Year 9 title last year at Nelson. He's also the 3,000 metre road championship. Is he one of the key contenders here?
Oh, absolutely, and as you said, look, I was just looking at the form book. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not too biased in the athletes that I'm talking about. Obviously, being based in Wellington, I do get to see the Wellington athletes competing head to head. Talking about Desmond Reddy, I'm a Wellington College old boy myself. The rivalry between some of the schools in Wellington, in my day it was Rongotai College and Wellington College. In fact, my rivals' kids are now racing against my kids in the Porirua area. And look, Desmond Reddy from Rongotai College, he won in the Year 9s in 2022. In fact, one of his biggest rivals is a Wellington College student who beat him last week by a couple of seconds at the Dawn Cup, Logan Hopfler. He was 8th in the Year 9s last year. They're going to be two of those contenders up the front, leading that charge from the Wellingtonians. George Gray, 2nd in the Year 9s last year, also from Wellington College. That's going to be a strong start for that Wellington College team for that year for that three-person teams race. But Cooper Ferguson from New Plymouth Boys High School, 3rd in the Year 9s last year. Look, these kids every year, we don't know what training they've been doing, we don't know what opportunities they've had, and it is going to be cool to see some racing up the front. Yeah,
well, we saw in the junior girls the first three in the same order as Year 9 last year, and you've talked about the top three in Year 9 being back for the juniors. Do you anticipate that we could see the same, or is somebody like Ben Oxford, I see he was 8th last year, but he's had a very good track campaign, the under-16 champion, 1500 and 3000?
Yeah, look, I think Ben Oxford is one of those, certainly to watch. I think Caleb Wagner, who was 2nd in the junior boys last year, is another one. He won the Year 9s 2 years ago, so he's another one of these athletes. We didn't see them to the fore in the junior girls, but in the junior boys, I think some of those lucky ones, I'll call them lucky. I was one of them who got to compete in that junior grade through into Year 11, and I think in this case Caleb Wagner is one of those from Auckland Grammar, leading what will be likely a very competitive Auckland Grammar team here with one of the big schools here at the secondary schools today.
So that second bite of the cherry, if you like, in juniors can be very important, Rhys, having had the experience last year.
Yeah, and what it does do is there's some athletes, I guess you take the opportunities that you get, those athletes that get to run another year in the juniors as a Year 11, maybe they get a competitive race, they get to be up the front. Those athletes who push on to the seniors as a Year 11, the difference they get is maybe they're not as competitive in Year 11, but they get that extra opportunity to race at that higher level with the senior boys or the senior girls. So it works differently. Certainly for me, it gave me the opportunity to work my way through. I know we didn't have the Year 9 race back in those days, so my first ever New Zealand secondary schools up in Kowero back in 1989, 204th in the junior race, 230 runners on the line. But for me, it was next year in the juniors. I think I was 52nd, moved up to, I believe it was 7th place in the juniors as a Year 11. So being able to progress through and kind of set those goals each year of where I wanted to get. Then I stepped up to the seniors, and look, that 6K is pretty tough.
Ka pai tēnā, ngā mihi kia kawero hoki. We also acknowledge kawero, and it's good to hear that. Ka kite tātou I ngā tama I rārangitia, kua rere rātou kia timata. We can see the young men ready, all looking, some of them getting warmed up, jumping up there. This is huge for them this day, isn't it?
It certainly is. Reece, let's talk about the start, because obviously with so many athletes the start's critical, but they seem to be lining up in their schools, and I'm assuming that the ones they perceive to be the best and strongest runners will be at the front of each school queue.
Yeah, and every race kind of does their start lines a little bit different. Essentially the way it works here is each school will be pre-allocated a slot along that start line to make sure that we don't have the bigger, tougher, bossier schools pushing their way to the front. So what those schools will do is they'll be encouraged to have their faster one or two athletes on the line with their, I guess, their slower athletes slotted in behind them. It doesn't make a huge difference for most of the athletes, but for those front ones, being able to put their foot on the line and kind of get a really good start away when that gun goes off is really important. The interesting thing here, and we see for some people, seeing 150 runners lined up across a start line like that, it's not often you get an opportunity to run against 150 athletes. The interesting thing is for some of these athletes that will get the opportunity to head over to America or to run at the Australian Cross Country Championships as part of a secondary schools team, or maybe even go on to the World Cross Country Championships where there's, in some cases, 150, 200 plus runners in a race. This is that first learning opportunity of what's it like, trying to get to that first corner, trying to pace yourself, trying to make sure you get into a good position. I compare this to the NZSSAA Championships in America, where there'll be 300 athletes on the line, and it becomes even more cutthroat. And we see there the white strip with the green and red from Westlake, a big bunch of them right in the middle. We also saw the yellow strip from Rongotai of Desmond Reddy. As expected, Westlake out to the front, and certainly Desmond Reddy, one of the favourites there from Rongotai College. A huge history from Rongotai College. I see, in fact, former New Zealand secondary schools cross country champion Phil Starr. I see him on a regular basis, an old Rongotai boy. He'll be very excited to see the coverage and see another young Rongotai lad out the front there of the secondary schools champs.
Koe rā te whanaungatanga kei Wainganui o ngā kura I kōrero mai koe e pāna mō tērā nera race. You were saying that, you know, many of the schools, there are rivalries between each of the schools, but in fact you get sort of, I suppose, an appreciation when you meet up again, and even in the next generation, like your children competing against those that you competed with in previous days. That's pretty special, and from a Māori worldview we would say koe rā te whanaungatanga. That's, you know, we're talking about a cohesion with others, friendship.
Yeah, and we were talking before as well about the crossover with the sports. I know Desmond Reddy, we see him coming through there in the yellow leading that year, this junior boys race. He's actually a high-level football player as well. He trains with a football academy with my kids, and so it's great to see him here. He's not concentrating on into that one sport. I know Sport New Zealand really encourages parents and coaches and sports clubs to encourage their kids to compete in a variety of sports, and I know for an athlete like Desmond, the crossover between the experience he's getting with football and then being able to come out and transfer that across to the cross-country running is brilliant.
Yes. I actually just got a sight of Palmerston North Boys High School Murray House flag. It's good to see all the schoolhouses there. Ngā haki o ngā kura, e pai tēnā. Good to see those symbols, I suppose, of schools, knowing that they're there and competing as well.
And Reece, we must mention the para-athletes here as well. There's a selection of para-athletes doing the 2-kilometre course here, including Toby Island, who was a winner last year, and good to note too, a really good contingent from Papanui High School, from where my wife was educated, so I'll be supporting them today.
Tihei, ngā mihi, well done.
As the front runners sort themselves out early in the junior boys 4,000 metres. You can see the first steep incline there up in the back paddock, which will make their quadriceps burn early, and that'll be even tougher come the second lap. Looks like Ben Oxford there on the outside in the Maclean's College colours. Desmond Reddy to the fore as well.
He hui ngā ki mua, and there's quite a little group there in the front, isn't there?
Group of 7 athletes there pulling away, and an 8th just off the back of that.
Kei te peke haere tonu, I runga i te puke. They're still climbing up that incline.
And as we mentioned earlier, one of the tough aspects of this is actually coming around there. You can see a couple of slips there, and then the downhill here, and they're just trying to maintain their balance there with their arms extended there. That's probably the toughest part of the course at this stage.
Ka kite au te rautaki o rātou kia nuku ki ngā taha e rua. I can see that there's a strategy for them as they were coming down that front pack to go to the side of that and steer clear of the middle part, which is clearly very slippery now.
Desmond Reddy leading there from Ben Oxford. George Gray also to the fore of that leading group of 7 or 8. And medal presentations happening for the Year 9 girls.
Ka pai kia ki te a rātou I tū I runga I te atamera ki te whiwhi a rātou metara. It's fantastic to see the young girls who competed in the earlier race getting their certificates, and of course those top 3 who got their medals. Well done.
And certificates back to the 10th place getter. The winner of the Year 9 was Madison Ross from Sacred Heart College in Wellington.
Yeah, and as we saw it just before there, I also noticed Sam Rickaby from King's College in that front pack as they went through that last split. Sam Rickaby 9th place in the Year 9 boys last year, so another one of that top 10 that's shifted up to that junior boys grade and in the mix there in that top 5. I also noticed the Caden Theron from Tauranga boys also running well. I think he was in about 3rd place as they the last time we saw the numbers at the front, where we can actually identify some runners.
He tino tata te takirua o ngā tama, he oma tata. We can see the 2 front runners staying close together.
Desmond Reddy from Rongotai College and Ben Oxford from Maclean's College, the front 2 looking to establish a break.
Ki tōku nei whakaro, he pai kia ki te etahi atu I pana o, he mea tuatoru I ko. There's a 3rd player in there, very close.
Corbin Holmes from Bethlehem College. Reece, is that who you picked there into 3rd?
Actually, he wasn't a name we'd picked up on at this point, just looking back through the results from the last couple of years, and he wasn't a name that had been figuring, so great to see. We've talked about the top athletes from year to year pushing through and still being competitive. Really great to see an athlete who maybe wasn't in the medals in 2022 actually in there, the mix, and pushing those front guys.
And from Bethlehem College, where Sam Tanner came through and won his Year 9 title in Palmerston North back in 2014, as they come past us, the start-finish line with a lap to go, a 2-kilometre circuit. They're halfway through their 4,000 metre journey.
Ka rawe, ka ki te tātou I a rātou I oma ki mua I a tātou. It's really good to see them at this time running directly right in front of us. We can get an appreciation of how well they're doing.
And the speed that they're running, nearly 7 minutes into their journey so far. The lead runners went through in around about 6 minutes 30.
Yeah, I've just seen Nico Kelly, who was 5th last year, go past Blake Miskell from St Pat's Silverstream. Those top runners are all there. It's just so competitive in this junior boys grade that some of those runners, I think there'll be a lot of them that were hoping they could get top 10 today, but as you see, as they're coming around after 1k, some of those leading runners starting to really spread out. We look over the back part of the course, we can see in the background of our shot, we have Ben Oxford in the blue, red and white strip, followed by Desmond Reddy from Rongotai in the yellow. They're starting to pull away about a 30-metre gap from 3rd and 4th.
Ai kua tīrara rātou and Aine. We can see the spread quite clearly as they're going around here.
Samuel Rickaby of King's College in third spot at the moment, number 201, and Corbin Holmes now back to fourth.
We see Desmond Reddy and Ben Oxford from Maclean's College. Maclean's College, a huge history in secondary schools running as well back in my day. Nick Burrow from Maclean's College, I think he was one of the first, or maybe the first secondary school senior boys 800, 1500 metre double at the National Championships up in Auckland, and he went on, another one of those athletes that went on to American scholarship in the States, and a long history at Maclean's College, just like a number of these other schools in cross country and in track and field.
On the subject of scholarships, we're going to have the event ambassador Tessa Webb to chat with us off the back of this race. Tessa, we saw earlier presenting medals and certificates. She won the senior girls race in 2016 up at Rotorua. She is from Fielding High School, so we'll have Tessa in off the end of the junior boys race. They are in the final lap, working into the backfield. Ben Oxford looking to put the heat on here. Desmond Reddy, though, hanging tough, and the two of them establishing a break again.
Ai waimari e tātou kei konei hoki a Tessa kore roa kia kōrero aia kia tātou. Moana whiako, mo ona hiahia, moana mahi mo ngā tau e tū mai nei. I'm looking forward, Mark, to hearing from Tessa, because she's such a wonderful role model. She might be able to hear me, but I'm just saying, you know, as a former principal, how exciting it is to have role models as wonderful as Tessa on hand to inspire the students, to award them with awards, because they know that she's been there ahead of them. She's, as we say in Māori, kua mahi aia te mahi. She's done the hard yards.
So Ben Oxford establishing a break here, Reece, during an uphill section. Now, you've been in this position, the leader, and Desmond Reddy second, and how are they feeling at the moment? I guess Desmond looking for any sort of potential stumble as they come towards one of the para-athletes doing their 2 kilometre circuit.
Yeah, look, and I think as we're getting a really good shot of Desmond and Ben as they come down that hill, Ben's running extremely fast here, obviously a very, very talented runner, and he was having difficulties coming down that hill. The surface underfoot is very, very uneven, as I said earlier in the broadcast. Very typical New Zealand farm course. They didn't take the cows off here 6 months ago, so you'd have a nice, beautiful, flat, smooth course. Those cows or sheep have been out there running around, and
oh, hika. Oh.
The finish of the para-athletes, that was the closest finish of the day, so we'll await official confirmation of that result.
Yeah, our attention was briefly drawn away from what we're seeing on the screen, which is the Year 9 boys competing, but also we have the para-athletes running over 2K at the same time. And yeah, it was a very, very exciting finish as they came in front of our windows here. We love the competition so much. Sometimes we do want to watch that as it comes through. So yeah, look, our leading runners, they're looping up and down the hills. There's several, I think there's 3 short, sharp up hills as they go around this course. I think Ben Oxford coming around now, I think this will be his last steep downhill as he turns this right to start heading back towards, so I'm approximately maybe about 400 metres to go in this junior boys race.
Ai Reece, ka kite au tana upoko e huri ki te taha, kei te hihi ai ki te mohi o ko ai kei muri I aia. He is running fast, he keeps on turning his head. We can see that he's keeping an eye out for whoever's close by. Engari kare e kore ko ia ana ki tēnei wā, but at this moment in time he's going unchallenged there, leading in the front. He pai hoki ki te kitenga tauira motuhake haua, e kahana. It's good also to see the para-athletes competing, and you're right, we got excited there, didn't we? You know, that was a fantastic finish by them.
Yeah, and it is one thing with the secondary events is there is an opportunity to showcase those para-athletes as well, but here we go, Ben Oxford from Maclean's College coming down to win the junior boys New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship for 2023. Desmond Reedy, one of the early leaders from Rongotai College, the winner in the Year 9 boys last year. He steps up to the juniors this year and takes out that second place.
And this will be Corbin Holmes in third, so an outstanding run from Corbin here from Bethlehem College.
Kei Tauranga, Bethlehem College, Nera. Well done.
Yeah, not too far behind there. I'm not sure if he'd be officially fourth. Sam Rickaby of King's College. There he is crossing now. Also prominent number 610, Caden Theron from Tauranga Boys. 694 going through here, George Gray, who was second last year.
And another one from King's College there, Quinn Moss. Justin Cunningham there from Freiburg High School. Just behind him, Jack Mason from New Plymouth Boys High School.
Ko te waka pauhuia, ko te pauhuia te kura no konei. So it's good to see someone from Freiburg, a local school.
Yeah, and another unusual school to see here at the championships. I'm not sure, Mark, if you can think of any names from the past, but James Weaver just went through there from Wakatipu High School. So the one thing about the cross-country championships is that we do get a range of schools represented here, some of them with huge teams like the Westlake Boys, Westlake Girls, Wellington College and so on, but we do get a number of those schools. I see Waimea College, Te Paipai or Aotea. These schools with one or two athletes, these kids are coming from around the country to come here and compete.
And how fantastic that is. I mean, clearly everyone pushes each other as well. Without people competing, you wouldn't feel the urgency to run or give your very best. So I acknowledge all of these athletes. Ka tau kia rātou.
And we just saw one of the athletes there from Wanganui Collegiate. I'm sure they'll be to the fore in the senior boys race. Daniel Sinclair from Wanganui Collegiate, got to see him race last week. A dominant win in his grade in the Dawn Cup, and we'll see him competing later, representing once again a strong tradition in Wanganui Collegiate cross-country running. And the very familiar strip there of the blue with the black traditional cross-country stripe across.
Outstanding that we have representatives from around 134 schools, but that they are from Southland to Northland. I did see a runner from Westland. There is one runner from Kaipoi High School, my high school in North Canterbury, Pai Wynyard, who's had a good track season, and hope he can bring that to the cross-country level today.
No ngā haue whai nei tauira, they're from the Four Winds, and ka oma pērā ki te hau, and they're running like the wind as well.
And the difficulty for us sitting here in the commentary booth is for those schools that don't have their location in their name. Wellington College makes it easy for us. I've just noticed a school here with one athlete, Matt Watkins, running in this junior race from Ruawai College. Are you familiar with where that is, Debbie?
Yes, I think that's way up north, isn't it, Te Taitokero? Is it?
I'm not sure. It's one of those. I have done my research, I must admit. I have read through the names and looked through the schools, but there are a few of those that escape me. But it's great to see them. The hope might be that Matthew Watkins from Ruawai College becomes an inspiration for those athletes coming behind him from his school, and we might see more of them in the future years.
Ka tika hoki. And no doubt they'd be very proud of him and what he's doing, because all it needs is one to set the way, to lead the way, and others will be inspired. Ngā tuakana ngā teina. Oh, te tiro, kei te whakapuripuri tērā tama. He's just doing, whakapuripuri is a forward roll, folks. He just did a forward roll there.
There's Shannon Rochester from Burnside High. I think he deserves a special mention for that.
Yeah, well, the lucky thing is it's not a walk race. I'm friends with Quentin Rue, a multiple-time New Zealand champion, Olympic representative for New Zealand in the walks, famously disqualified at the New Zealand championships on the track for doing a roly-poly over the line because his feet were off the ground. And but not the case here in the cross-country. You can do whatever you want across the line.
Ka whai.
More examples of races within a race, and people looking to beat the clock, to beat friends, and to beat fellow rival schools, and of course to pick up points in the team's competition as well.
I tōku ake kura o ngā tamatāni o papai o ia, kua kite e tama I aro atu ki te whakarere mo te wā. Even at my own school, at Palmerston Boys High School, I've seen students early in the morning or late in the evening running around the track, practicing. All of the students here take it seriously, don't they? Oh, we might have one or two do a takapuripuri, a bit of a forward roll, but by and large they know what a significant event this is, and it's wonderful to see the discipline. That would be duplicated across the country in all the schools.
Yeah, and look, we were talking earlier about the para athletes that were running the 2K race here in conjunction with the Junior Boys 4K. We just saw Josh Ray from Papanui High School, and certainly acknowledge Papanui High School, and I think they've almost got 10 athletes here in this Junior Boys, Para Boys 2K, and excellent to see a school providing that opportunity for their para athletes to come and run at the secondary schools cross country.
And hopefully we'll get confirmation of that para boys result with a close finish we saw in the junior boys over the 4,000 metres. Ben Oxford confirmed there, just a tick over 13 minutes from Desmond Reddy. Corbin Holmes third, Samuel Rickaby home in fourth spot. Jake Lomas down in fifth, Caden Theron in sixth, Quinn Moss in seventh. He finished 11th last year, so be happy with a top 10 finish. George Gray, Harry Witheridge and Max Aldridge rounding out the top 10.
And we see the ground announcer down there, Mark Harris, a name familiar to many across New Zealand. He's doing the announcing down for the spectators at the field here. He's got Desmond Reddy, and it looks like Ben Oxford down here there with him for some on the ground interviews.
I do want to put a shout out to Lua College, because we talked about Lua College, and I know that they're very excited to have someone here. They've made sure that they're, I'm looking at their community.
It was really fun.
We are just going to turn our attention back to Mark Harris.
What did you think of the course today?
Oh yeah, I thought it was deceptively fast, I guess. Yeah, even though there was better hills and it was really muddy and uneven, I thought we were coming around the field here, really picked up the pace. Yeah.
So obviously you two know each other very, very well. Ben, what was it like having someone like Desmond actually chasing you there for most of the race?
It's good fun. It's good fun. It makes the race way more fun than being out there by yourself for sure. But yeah, it was a good battle and lots of fun.
So, I had my picks on my piece of paper here, and I had you two as my top two favourite picks for today. But, what was your expectations coming into this race today, Ben?
My expectations were to be somewhere around top 5, but it ended up being better than I expected, and it was a good race for sure.
Excellent. And what have you got coming up in the future, Ben? Obviously races and things like that. There's still a fair bit to come this winter.
Yeah, of course. National Club Champs is definitely going to be one of the main ones out there. Hopefully we can smash that and get it under the belt as well. Yeah.
Excellent. And Desmond, obviously you want to get one up on Ben at the National Cross Country Champs, I'm sure, but I'm sure it's a great rivalry, and it's nice to know that you've got someone of Ben that you can race against and actually help improve your performances. So what's it like actually knowing you've got someone like that out there?
Yeah, I think it's a real healthy competition, especially if you're being a winner and you're really humble about it. So it's real good competition. It's just great racing with Ben. Real pushed me. Yeah.
Excellent. So well done, guys. It was a fantastic race. I enjoyed watching you guys out there. Well done, and good luck for the future.
There was an unexpected bonus there to have Mark Harris talking to the first two home there, Ben Oxford Maclean's College, and
karawe tēnā.
Great camaraderie there as well with Desmond Reddy, of course. Finishing second there from Rongotai, and sorry to jump in on you there, Debbie. We were lucky enough to be able to get that audio, which is good to hear from the athletes. I must admit, I've never been in a position where I've been able to do the interviews but not actually be finishing a race, having won the race and be interviewed, and I'd imagine that after you've been out there running 13 minutes cross country, it's not the easiest thing to do. So those boys, and Tessa Webb's nodding in the background, so we'll talk to Tessa very shortly about her experiences with that as well, because it's pretty tough just at the end of the race just to get your breath back, let alone have a conversation.
Ai, ka tika o, ka ki te tātou ki te tangohia whakahua rātou ngā kaipara, where you're so right there, Mark, and good to see the schools having their photos taken. These will be mementos of things that they'll treasure for years to come. He kōrero tāku e pāna mo te kura o Ruawai, ka hoki whakamuri au, kei te tika, kei te taitoki rau, ka rere ngā mihi ki a rātou, tata ki te I runga I te moana o kaipara. So just a big shout out to Ruawai College. We mentioned that there was a student who was competing that's on the Kaipara coast, harbour, up north, and you know, those schools, it's a long way from here, and they've made the effort, and they've got someone in here who's very competitive. It's fantastic, and well done to them. I know that the entire community will be behind their athlete.
Beautiful part of Aotearoa, but of course, you know, they've had their climate challenges this year.
Ai, ka tika, and that will be many of the students here. They will, you know, their families will be under hardship because of all of that, and we send our aroha to all of them. Ka nui te mihi ki a koutou, kua pēhia ma te Waipuke, ma te tērā mea huripari o Gabriel. We extend our aroha to all those who have been affected by Cyclone Gabriel and flooding, and we're just so happy to see your tamariki or mokopuna here competing and really going well. Fantastic.
We'll have the medal presentation and certificate presentation to the top 10 there for the junior boys shortly, and also for the para athletes as well over the 2,000 metres. Our next race will be the Year 9 boys. That's due to start at 12:30 over the 3,000 metres, and prior to then we'll have a chat with the event ambassador Tessa Webb. We'll be back very shortly, but I'll let Debbie throw to the latest break.
Tēnā no tātou, kua tai mai te wā, kia hoki atu ki te mātakitaki tētai atu mea, nō reira ngā tino mihi ki a koutou. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
We had to make sure from the beginning, yep, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to go all in.
And it was us.
So I was so determined to have this pepe.
Puro pepe, ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Okay, guys, twice the cell. Go past the cell. Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
Not for the faint-hearted.
You were here on all fronts.
Or the hakanati. And the nutty haka.
I te whakarongo kōrua?
Kua pakaru tēnei pātene.
Hakapedia, paraere ki whakaata Māori.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls,
and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go one. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Baileys finding buyers that others can't.
Wanna see some Michael Jackson dance moves?
I guess it's time for presents.
I am afraid, but I don't want to survive. I want to live.
I will not fall into despair. Do you have any idea what it's like knowing my real brother and mother spend every day of their lives looking for me?
Who's listening?
Moldy Smith.
So I feel it's worth pointing out that I will not be your mistress.
You're right, MacGyver. No one likes to show off.
You need to bloody listen.
How can I when this guy's got his arm up the cows?
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
This is a call to action.
It was really hard to try and keep it together every day.
I need some help. Simple tools.
Is he here with his body or is he up here with his hinengaro?
For parents in need.
E tino he hena hau ki te whakapakari I aha wano.
Tāhua. Mai te tirohanga Māori. Kids don't come with a manual with Nathan Wallace. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh yeah, feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
Kia ora, welcome back to the coverage here at Massey University in Palmerston North of the 49th edition of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country Championship. Our next race at 12:30 will be the Year 9 boys over the 3,000 metres. Just in keeping with the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association understanding of school sport, New Zealand's charter on the broadcast and sponsorship of secondary school sport, the Year 9 races, we just provide limited coverage. Ko Makarozanoski Tēnei, and with me is Rhys Buck, and we have a special guest who is the event ambassador, Tessa Webb. Tessa, look, welcome in, and I guess this is a special place for you, Massey, because I think you competed here in 2014 as Year 9.
Yes, and as well as here.
Well, we just have to sort out the quick microphone check here with Rhys. Debbie has left us. We appreciate Debbie's coverage with us this morning on this Whakaata Māori streaming service of the Secondary Schools Championship. Debbie, the Deputy Mayor of Palmerston North and te reo Māori teacher at Palmerston North Boys High and a past principal. But Tessa, we've got your microphone going now.
Sure
but yeah, hey, 2014. What do you remember of that as a Year 9 contender?
Yeah, I was very excited. It was my first secondary schools nationals, I believe, and as well as being the location for that, also I spent many a Thursday nights out here training on the Massey track and running around here. So this really does feel like my home course. And I think I got 31st in that race, and I was very excited with that result. And it was just my first taste of that level of competition, which I realised I really enjoyed. So, yeah.
In your hometown, Fielding?
Yes, yes.
So nearby to here, so probably quite nice for you at that age to be somewhere close and really familiar.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely think that it's funny that we are always expected to perform like at our highest level at these big national championships or international competitions, when often that's when you've travelled the furthest, you've had the most disruption to your routine and your sleep and things. So I think there can be a real home field advantage kind of. Yeah.
2 years after that, 2016, Rotorua, and you won the senior girls race.
I did, and that was a very big shock at the time. I was a year 11, and so and I'm born in November, so I was very young to be in that age category. I just didn't sneak into the junior women's category. I was just moved up to the senior girls, and so I had no idea what to expect. So yeah, that was a big surprise, and then it sort of was the start of this whole journey for me, really.
Yeah, and as you came through, obviously the secondary schools, you talk about 31st as a Year 9, going through to winning the senior girls as a Year 11. Were you doing other sports? Was that because running was your focus? Were you training really hard for it, or was it just something that kind of you grew into throughout the school?
I was playing a bit of hockey. I played a lot of different sports growing up to varying levels of success, mostly not a lot of success. I'm very uncoordinated, but I kind of found my thing with running, I guess. And I just really, I think I just really enjoyed it enough that even when I was dealing with injury or all sorts of things like that, I really stuck with it, and that did me well in the lead up to that race where I did end up winning. And then after that, I started to see more of the side of travel and even getting to meet other people, and so it just added more and more to my life the more I put into it. And so I think that's where I kind of got my return on investment on that, and found my passion for it. Yeah.
Cool. And look, when you win a New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country Championship and you perform at the level that you did throughout your school career here in New Zealand, those opportunities come up for things like American running scholarships. You were lucky enough to be able to get that. Tell us a little bit about kind of that transition from being a star junior athlete in New Zealand and heading off overseas. It's
definitely a whole nother level of competition, that's for sure. I think Rob, my coach from high school, was just talking to me about it today, because one of my first major races that I did in the States, I think I got 61st at regionals, and that was for a freshman. Everyone thought that was a really awesome performance, but at the time I remember being like, why is everyone happy with me? I got 61st, like, that's terrible. But you just need to completely reframe everything you know about competitive running, because you go into fields over there and there'll be 400 girls, and all of you are good enough to have got to a Division 1 level, and so all of you are the type of people who could have been, in that top 10 kind of international championship. And so you're just in a stampede of other people running your pace, so you had to get used to a totally different style of racing. Yeah, and look, we're here watching the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country Championships. That's the running was the pathway that allowed you to head over to, it was High Point University in North Carolina. But while you're there, you're actually studying. It's actually there's actually a career path. There's actually an academic opportunity. 100%.
Kind of how has that kind of worked out for you with the academics?
I got super lucky. I kind of, obviously a lot of my decision was driven by my running, and I tried to make the most balanced decision that I could in terms of which college to go to, which is hard, especially when you're not going over and visiting these schools. The first time I'd been there was when I landed and I was staying there for the year. And so I got very fortunate in my program that they had a great academic department, and I've been able to do a whole bunch of research and all sorts of opportunities through the academic side as well, which I've really loved pursuing to the extent where now I've moved on to, I'm going to be doing postgraduate education in my field of study, and so I'm just really lucky to have found that kind of environment, also in an environment that really fostered my athletic goals as well as my academic.
Yeah, and it's been really cool. Obviously, now that you've finished your undergrad, you're getting ready to head back over for your masters at University of Chicago. But you've still got the opportunity to come back over. We talk about the summer from America, but here it's winter season. You get to come home to a secondary school just down the road from your hometown, and come back and get to, I guess, experience what it was like back as a school athlete.
Yeah, it's weird, like seeing all the kids warming up when I pulled up this morning. I was like, I feel like I should be getting ready to race. Like, I feel like I'm getting nervous just in this environment, so used to associating being here with, okay, it's time to race.
and we do see a few fielding high school athletes competing today. Have you had an opportunity to maybe meet them, do some running with them, maybe provide a little bit of an inspiring motivational speech?
Yeah, I always try, and whenever I'm home over the summer or winter break, to run with the fielding high kids and the fielding mowers, and I just think it's awesome. I know when I ran here, there was maybe 3 or 4 of us, I think, from Fielding High who were running at Nationals, and I think today there's about 18 of them, and so that's just been so awesome to see. And even with Fielding Mowers, the club that I ran with, who's helping organise this event, I was the only junior woman for the first couple of years that I ran there, and now I think there's more junior women than there are almost any other age category, so it's pretty awesome to see that expand.
Yeah, look, and I know you were not going to assume that it's all based on Tessa Webb and the inspiration that you provided, but I think we have to acknowledge the work that's been done at Fielding Mower as a club over the last few years. We're starting to see around the country the Fielding Mower athletes, I guess in conjunction with the P Naughty Palmerston North Distance Project as well. There's been a huge group come through. What's that like to come back to fielding, to Palmerston, to the Manawatu area, and actually see that junior and even the senior grades really developing here?
It's been fantastic, and I think that's one of the things that the States just really taught me. I had an incredible team behind me. I was so lucky to have the environment that I had, and it really showed me the value of running being a team sport. And it's got to the point where now that I've graduated and I don't have that team framework, I'm like, as an individual athlete, it feels really strange to be thinking about running again, not as a team sport. But now there's the opportunity, even in New Zealand and even in the Manawatu, for it to be a team sport for people. And I think there's real value in that, because I found it really changed the way I thought about racing and training when I realised I was kind of giving myself over to something bigger than myself rather than it being an individual sport. It really became about doing something for the team, and I think there's real value in that, especially for young people.
Cool. And in the background, we have just seen the Year 9 boys start off as they head around the main field, running 3K, if we can get that right, toru mano mita in Te Reo. And look, once again, another big field. As we're talking here with Tessa Webb, from formerly of Fielding High School, now obviously a university graduate from High Point University in the States. Look, you were saying before about how you turn up here and you feel like you want to get out there. I think I'm the same. 30 years on from doing a race like this.
Doesn't go away.
Look, it'd be wonderful to be out there competing. But look, tell us a little bit about the course, because obviously you've run here before. From my recollections of where it was in 2014, it was pretty mucky and muddy that year.
Yes, yeah, for sure. And especially by the time the senior boys got around, I remember there was some belly flops happening into various puddles of mud. But yeah, I ran the course just this past weekend with Rob, just checking it out, and it's got a really nice mix of this flat, fast stuff that the boys were ripping along before, and then also it does have some grunty hills, but there's good payback there because there's also nice downhills as well.
Those downhills, though, Tessa, were they difficult? We did see, particularly in the junior boys race, there were a couple just having to rebalance as they came down.
Yeah, for sure. I think the terrain is quite rutty, I mean, obviously there was cattle on here until recently, and so that adds an extra element of difficulty for sure, where you're not quite able to just let it loose down the hills. You do need to be conscious of where you're stepping. So that's a good test of them as they're still trying to focus on going as fast as they can, just having to watch the foot placement a little bit for sure.
So for you, running in the future, is it just for fun? What do you have any aspirations still?
I think I'm going to focus on for fun, especially while I'm just home over these next couple of months, and then hopefully when I head to Chicago, get linked up with some kind of running club. They're really starting to blossom over in the States as well, and continue to have that element of fun and routine in my life. But yeah, I just think the community that running provides too is pretty exceptional, and so I'd love to remain a part of that in whatever capacity, wherever I am, basically.
Cross country in the United States, does it vary from state to state? Is it vastly different to cross country that we see here?
It's definitely different. Like when I'd show photos of some of the cross countries that I did in high school to my collegiate teammates, they were always amazed at the courses that we were traversing. Like the field that they're running around now would be more similar to what a cross country would be in the States. Often it just feels like track on grass, essentially. And even in the southern states too, I went to school in North Carolina, and so sometimes we'd be competing in very hot conditions, very dusty conditions, as opposed to worrying about the mud and the rain. And that was even when it was meant to be closer to fall. And so yes, definitely a very different mindset going into those races too, when you know you're going to be basically ripping K splits just as fast as on the track.
Of the nominations that have come through from all our schools online during the last week, and it's my privilege to announce that award today is going to a man who's travelled up here from Crusader country, but he tells me he supports the Chiefs, so that makes me even happier. That's Michael Drury of Christchurch Boys High School. So congratulations, Michael. Your lads from Christchurch Boys have said some amazing things, and I'm just going to call out what they've said here. They've said Michael goes above and beyond for our boys, organising extra training, supporting the boys. If we can come over this way a bit, on the weekend events, he attends all events, maintaining lots of records, Facebook page, taking some pretty awesome photos as well. Michael, they tell me that you check in with them regularly, organising awesome fundraisers as well, which you probably needed to get up here, which is well done. And you've got great admiration from your whānau, and they respect you in everything you do. Michael, you are the Good Sport Caltex Award winner, and I invite Angela Transon from Caltex Woodville to come across here now, come across the front of the stage and present that to you on behalf of Caltex. From Caltex in Woodville is Angela Transon. So Michael, would you like to say a few words?
It's pretty cool, to be honest. I've got a great team of guys up here, and always good sorts to put in the work with. So yeah, very rare with this award. It's very nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate the nomination, guys.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Michael Drury there from Christchurch Boys, the recipient of the Caltex Good Sport Award, and presented there by Tony Rogers. He's the President Chairman of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association, and Tony is the event manager today, and he of course was a finalist in the 1500 metres at the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics, finishing 9th in a stellar field. Their local organising committee have done an enormous job here as well, and the organising committee chair is Jacob Oram, the former New Zealand international cricketer. This is the Year 9 race taking place at the moment. The Year 9 boys over the 3,000 metres. They've moved into their 2 kilometre final lap, just acknowledging again that with the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association understanding of school sports New Zealand Charter on the broadcast of secondary school sport, these Year 9 races do have limited coverage. Mark Rosanowski and Reese Buck in co-commentary, with event ambassador Tessa Webb with us for the moment as well. And Tessa, we've had sort of variable weather conditions where we had a shower of rain just prior to the first event, then a clearance, some sunshine, many clouds now, a little bit of wind, possibility of more rain. Does that all play on an athlete's mind?
I think it does, but I mean, coaches will always tell you everyone's running in the same conditions. That's their go-to line normally, in my experience, and that's very true. It's down to how people are able to adapt to that and not let it get to you. And then also, everyone has preferred conditions. So to some people, this will be their ideal race day. Others prefer it a bit warmer or sunnier, but hopefully it doesn't get too stormy or anything like that. But if it's just a light drizzle, then I think it just adds an extra element of challenge.
Yeah, it looks as though we're just moving over to that junior boys presentation now. That's been Oxford
second place
from Maclean's College, who took out that junior boys race not long ago.
Finished 8th last year, Ben, and his second year here in the juniors, and he has delivered a winning performance on the track. He won the under-16 1500 and 3000 metre national championships, and Desmond Reddy there, Reese, the year 9 winner from last year and second this year.
Yeah, and I think the same thing with Ben there. He was on the podium in the year 9s race 2 years ago, so certainly those athletes remaining at the forefront. I would imagine over the next few years we're going to see some pretty good battles between the likes of Ben and Desmond.
Corbin Holmes third there from Bethlehem College, and certificates all the way back to 10th place as well, and proud recipients, because Tessa, you mentioned before, and okay, that was the US, the 61st was a really good result, and for some people today, 61st will be a massive result for them as an individual.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I know our coverage of that year 9 race that's on at the moment is limited, but I will make a mention very soon of our leading athlete, but it does lead me to ask about, for you coming into the sport of cross country and obviously being quite successful, did you have coaches, did you have family, friends around that actually provided that inspiration for you to get into the sport, that were driving that?
Yeah, for sure. So I think definitely my coach was a huge help in that, Rob Dabb. He just provided an environment for me that was very focused on just enjoying running, and my family were always super supportive of that as well. It was never, as corny as it sounds, it was never about the results for them, and they were just as happy with me running when I was, just making it internationals as they were when I was winning or racing internationally, and that meant a huge deal to me. And then my brother was an athlete, but he was very talented at a range of different sports. He was first for basketball, first for cricket, and also did motorsport. And so I think seeing him excel also made me see that that was an option for anyone, even if you're from, whatever town you're from or whatever school you're from.
Cool. And we're not getting the full list of the athletes as they come through, but I will mention athlete there, number 608 from Tauranga Boys College, Sam Ruth, pedigree in that family, son of Jess and Ben Ruth. I ran at World Cross Country with both of those athletes. Ran with Ben in Edinburgh in 2005. He ran the short course there. So Sam certainly got something to look up to. The inspiration for him, I think, coming from his parents. And they'll be extremely proud to see him taking out that junior boys, this year 9 boys race, as he's starting his college cross-country journey there at Tauranga Boys.
We talk about changing conditions. The most recent edition of the World Cross Country Cross in Bathurst, that did cut up very rough, and the conditions at the end for the senior men vastly different to the earlier races that set out.
Yeah, and I think one of the Maunda boys, unfortunately, one of the Westlake runners, unfortunately, is unable to be competing today due to injury. He was one of those athletes that was selected to represent New Zealand at Bathurst. Cameron Maunder it is that was selected to represent New Zealand there earlier in the year, and he had to withdraw due to injury. Unfortunately, he won't be competing here again due to that injury, but a strong Westlake team behind him that's going to hopefully pick up the slack, and we'll see competing for those team titles.
And I think I saw Caleb Maunder go through in second spot behind Sam Ruth in this year 9, and if you're watching this streaming coverage on Whakaata Māori at home, and an opportunity here for you to see those you're looking out for come across the finish line at the end of this year 9 3,000 metres.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, come on, right through. Right through, mate. Come on, keep going right through. Right through.
We have the senior girls 4,000 metre competition coming up at 1:10. The senior boys at 10 minutes to 2. Tessa, what's it like when you have to wait for the later races? Does that sort of ramp up your nerves?
Yeah, for sure. I think I've always preferred getting your race out of the way nice and early. I did steeplechase a lot in the States, and that tends to either be the very first or the very last event of whatever meet you're at. And I think if you're sitting around at the track, you do have that extra time to generate those nerves. But also it can be great too if you have teammates, especially running in the earlier races, to be able to see them. That can provide a lot of motivation and excitement for you going forward to your race.
And in the United States, I imagine that the team component is very big.
Yes, yeah. I mean, by the time I was graduating, it was all I was thinking about was scoring points for the team, not even personal bests, nothing, just how are we going to get those points towards conference. And for me, I honestly found that super helpful in my racing mindset, and I think it helped me race even better. Thinking of it as a team sport for sure.
Is it an intense calendar there for you? Were you running often, and how often did you have to train there for?
I was racing most weekends in season, and so then there's also a lot of travelling associated with that. A lot of the time we're staying overnight for meets, less so after COVID, but especially my freshman year before COVID happened, we'd often travel quite a distance for each meet, so it was almost every weekend you were away. But in terms of workouts, I mean, my school in particular, it was the days we went hard, and then we'd have our nice big recovery days, and then a real big taper before our big conference meets. But yeah, it's a pretty intense calendar, and if you're a distance athlete, you're doing that for cross season, indoor track and outdoor track, so we're in competition all year round, as opposed to most of the teams tend to either be a fall or a spring sport. But yeah, as a distance runner, you get the most value for money. You're there, you're competing all year round.
Result there for the Year 9 boys, with Sam Ruth the winner there. If you want to scan down that particular list, I say junior boys, para boys at the top there, but that is the Year 9 result. Certainly with the winner there at the top anyway. We're at Massey University in Palmerston North for the 49th edition of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country. The 50th edition will be in Otatahi, Christchurch next year, and it'll be the 50th anniversary of the first running in 1974, which was in Christchurch, of course, which was the year that Otatahi did host the Commonwealth Games. More team photos there, Tessa, and that's what this is part of today too, and being able to reminisce, as Reece does too, all these years down the track, which is a wonderful thing, and to take away those momentums and reminders of friendships that many of which will be carried into the future. So just looking at the upcoming races, the senior girls at 1:10 over the 4,000 metres, and Tessa, the step up from running the 3 and then stepping up to the 4, okay, it's a kilometre in distance, of course, but what was, as a secondary school student, is it a significant increased? Did you notice it markedly?
Yeah, I would say it is. And I mean, when you're stepping up from a 3K to a 4K, that's a third of the distance back on top of that. So it does feel like a lot. I know for me by that stage, when I was doing club, a lot of the time I was doing a 5K. So it wasn't as intimidating as it probably is if you're a more middle distance centric runner, used to running 800 or 1500 meters on the track and then having to do a 4K in cross country. I always found it amazing that that the middle distance runners would step up to do a distance like that for cross country. And yeah, the caliber of competition once you get to senior level 2 is a big step up for sure.
Let's get down to
I found it pretty easy. Pretty easy. It looked easy. Those other ones behind you, they looked like they were working hard, but you know, you did have that run of the money there, didn't you, really? Yeah, well, my plan was just to go take the first K easy, and then I was like, I'm actually feeling pretty good, so I might just get a gain on this gap. Excellent, and look, the gap just keeps increasing. Did you look back often, or did you just keep focusing forwards today? I was like feeling a bit average in like those last 500 meters, and I was just like trying my best to like not lose those meters. Excellent. And have you got any plans on what you're going to be doing over the next few months, over the winter months? I'll probably just keep working on my running. So you got any events like the New Zealand Cross Country Champs or anything like that coming up? Yeah, I'll probably be going to track nationals at the end of the year. So track nationals at the end of the year, and I'm assuming that'll be for like a 1500, 3000? Yeah, probably. Excellent. So Sam Ruth, that was a fantastic effort because there was an athlete a few years ago by the name of Sam Tanner, it's his famous first name, and he will rock the way in the Year 9 race as well. So good luck for the future, Sam, and all the best, and well done today.
Thoughts of Sam Ruth after taking out the Year 9 boys title over 3,000 metres.
Yeah, and just have to give acknowledgement there to his mum. I was talking about Ben Ruth, who I ran at World Cross Country Champs with, but just to make sure we don't miss out on Jess's performance as well. 4-time World Cross Country representative there, Sam's mum, Jess. So, yeah. Certainly a great pedigree in that family, and look, I'm not sure if they're here. I haven't seen them out there on the course today, but I'm sure they'll be very proud of his performance out there today, taking out that Year 9 boys race.
Tessa, what about for you? Did you come from a running family?
I came from, I would say, definitely an active family. My family was always encouraging us to get out and, like I said, do as many sports as possible. And I know my dad did a decent amount of running in his youth and was in the army, so he had to keep up his fitness for that. And I think he would do very well in the fitness tests normally. But as far as competitive running, I didn't come from that background, which is funny because then when you do get to that level, there is a lot of talk of, who are your parents and things like that, and it's like, well, I guess I just I picked up of that general love of sport and then moved that to running.
Tessa Webb, the event ambassador for the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association Cross Country Championships. And just before we let you go, Tessa, how did it come about that you were event ambassador? Were you approached?
Yeah. I mean, I was approached as they were like, do you know if you want to be able to help out? Are you going to be back in New Zealand? And I thought they were just wanting me to like point directions or something like that. I help out a lot organising the meets, helping with the meets at my college. And so I was used to doing that sort of thing, and then they're like, oh no, like to be an ambassador, and I was like, oh, I guess sure. So it's just been awesome. I'll do anything to get people participating and to help others who are potentially wanting to either take their running further or just enjoy it while they're in high school. And so it's been a great opportunity to be out here and to see all these kids doing such awesome work here today.
I think it also probably highlights the, probably for you unexpectedly, but when you're over in the States, people are able to follow your results, and obviously I guess for the Manawatu athletes it probably has been a little bit of an inspiration. So exciting for them to see you come back and actually for some of those young kids to actually get to meet you and maybe hear about some of your experiences.
Thanks so much.
Tessa Webb, the event ambassador, thanks very much for your time. We'll take a quick break here and back very shortly. We're about 20 minutes away from the senior girls 4,000 metres at 10 after 1.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirit.
The bait is over.
What I can almost guarantee is there's going to be some good fish here today.
Tuna in every 2 days.
I was pretty excited actually. Went from 0 to 100 real quick.
For a real good time.
All guns blazing.
Oh.
Yeah, my technique, it was me. Not.
Get in the water, please. Wild 2 day. Ki whakaata Māori.
Another day in paradise.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
You want your tamariki to be a part of the community. Keep getting all these feelings like he's never going to fit.
That gets pretty hard. I'm so grateful that Clara has answered those prayers.
There's just always this bias away from our tamariki. We really need this done.
Our code of compliance, it's a big thing, and we ain't gonna just stop because we're stressed.
Super kura, ki whakaata Māori, me Māori plus.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. My great-grandfather.
We had to make sure from the beginning, yep, this is what we're going to do and we're going to go all in.
And it was us.
So I was so determined to have this pepe.
Puro pepe, ki whakaata Māori, me Māori plus.
Okay guys, twice the cell. Got past the cell, go to cell. Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now, going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
Not for the faint-hearted.
You were here on all fronts.
Or the hakanati. And the nutty haka.
Takaya! I te whakarongo kōrua?
Kua pakaru tēnei pātene.
Hakapedia, paraere ki whakaata Māori.
from us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls, and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School, Sue.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you. We're going to go once. We're going twice. And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Baileys finding buyers that others can't.
Want to see some Michael Jackson dance moves?
I guess it's time for presents.
I am afraid, but I'm going to survive. I want to live.
I will not fall into despair. Do you have any idea what it's like knowing my real brother and mother spend every day of their lives looking for me?
Who's this thing?
Moldy Smith.
So I feel it's worth pointing out that I will not be your mistress.
You're right, MacGyver. No one likes to show off.
You need to bloody listen.
How can I when this guy's got his arm up the cow's?
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
This is a call to action.
It was really hard to try and keep it together every day.
I need some help.
Simple tools.
Is he here with his buddy or is he up there with his hinengaro?
For parents in need.
E tino he hena hau ki te whakapakari I a hauano.
Tāhua.
Mai te tirohanga Māori. Kids don't come with a manual with Nathan Wallace. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh yeah, feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
Kia ora, welcome back into our coverage of the 49th New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country Championship this year at Massey University in Palmerston North. Ko Mark Rosanowski tēnei and Reece Buck, my co-commentator. We've also been lucky enough to have Debbie Marshall-Lobb with us as well, the Deputy Mayor of Palmerston North, and giving me a good lesson in Te Reo Māori. We are on the Whakata Māori streaming service. This is the third time that the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country has been held in Palmerston North. The very second edition in 1975 was in Palmerston North. The winner of the senior title is sitting about 3 metres away from me. That is Jeff Shaw, who is here today. And in 2014 we were back here in Palmerston North at this venue, at Massey. And that year the senior title was taken out by Geordie Beamish, who's had an outstanding track season and will be representing New Zealand at the World Championship in Bucharest later this year. And the Year 9 title for the boys that year was taken out by none other than Sam Tanner, who is now the second fastest New Zealander over 1,500 metres of all time at the age of just 22. Now, I've got Paul Meads with me, who's on the committee of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association, and Paul was my co-commentator in Nelson. We were tucked up in a caravan last year. Look, the conditions out there, Paul, welcome into the broadcast. Kia ora to you. A little bit of wind, we've had a little bit of rain, we've had a little bit of sunshine, we've had a little bit of everything, and I guess that's what cross country's all about. Sorry, Paul, we just got a little bit of a problem with this microphone. Hang on, let's try that one there. Sorry, that'll be.
Kia ora koutou.
Yes, look, kia ora koutou. That was my fault, Paul. I do apologise for that.
That's right, Mark. I know you want to cut me out of things. No, we worked last year, as you said, down in Makatu on Te Waipounamu. That's Nelson on the top of the South Island, and it was drizzly and rainy there as well. But today, we just talked about the conditions as we do with the course, the 2 laps of a 2K course. I'm picking that the leaders will probably stick together in a bit of a bunch until they suss one another out on the hill the first time, and on the second lap somebody will need to make a move. And in saying that, there are 10 athletes in this event that have represented New Zealand secondary schools at cross country, and I had the privilege of taking 12 girls last year to the All Schools Championships in Australia, the Australian All Schools Championships, which were held at a place called Oakbank Racecourse. I'm
familiar with
that.
Oh,
good. I'm not surprised.
In my other job.
Yes. Yeah, well, it was sort of, I was loath to listen to the commentary in case the guy got carried away like it was a horse race. But yes, in South Australia, when these kids get over there, our girls in here, I mean, overall, we did very, very well. And they have a race like this in their age group on the Saturday. And then Sunday's a down day, and then you go to the Monday and they have these relays, and it's a sprint relay, cross country, and the girls run 3K, so they do a 1.5K lap, which is going to be similar to tomorrow. And, you know, we had the teams in the age groups of under 20, under 18, both the boys and girls, and we got 3 golds and a silver, and then one of the girls got the fastest time trial over 3K in a different race, and she was our 3K track champion last year. Now Lulu Johnson, she's coming out of Mount Maunganui College, she's here, she's the sprint merchant, she's but 4K and running cross country, I know she hasn't been that well again. I think it's second time COVID after her triathlon success in Mount Maunganui earlier in the year. But the athletes to watch, I guess, when you're selecting, the top 10 are automatically going to qualify for the team this year that go to represent our organisation, New Zealand Secondary Schools, at the Australian Age Group and School Championships, which are going to be held on a course-specific venue up in Canberra, and that'll be in August the 23rd. Basically the same weekend that they start off in Budapest in Hungary at the track and field. So there are a whole lot of athletes here that would like to get in the team again because they've been on a trip, they know what it's like. It is good fun, it's competitive, and like I say, those 10 girls that I've spoken to, about 6 of them already prior to the race today, and they're dead keen to get into that thing. So as the race progresses, we'll go over a few of those, but we've got last year's champion, last year's runner-up. They were year 12 last year, they're in the hunt. We've got the young Bo Ritchie from St Peter's School in Cambridge, who won the year 9 race in Hawera in the most persistent rain you've seen. Wettest cross-country races I've stood out and watched it. And then last year, of course, in Makatu, she won the junior girls race. Came with us to Australia last year, ran in the under-16 girls Australian Championship, won it, and now it's her first year as a senior. So she'll be keen to be up in that high-profile group as well at the front. So, Mark, they'll be pensive now at the start. The winds there, I'm glad that the clouds are still not falling into real heavy, dark rain clouds yet, so maybe it's going to be a case of the old whititira, the sun will shine. So, all right, Mark, what are we going to do?
Well, Paul, last year, I think one of the highlights, and there were many highlights, just before we let you go, and we'll reintroduce Debbie Marshall-Lobb, who she's backed by popular demand, Paul.
Not surprised.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Exactly.
Kia ora, Debbie.
Tēnā koe, Paul. Ngā mihi ki a koe te mokopuna o Ngāti Raukawa o Ngāti Toa Rangatira.
Ka nui te pai.
Quick reflection on last year, because I think my highlight amongst many, Nelson Makatu, was the battle between Zara Geddes and Catherine Lund, both out of Otago.
Yes.
And it was, for me, the race of the day. And Zara hung on from Catherine, and as you say, they're both back today.
Yes, you're right. That was interesting because I spoke to the delegate from Otago, Glenn Wood, who's on our executive. He said that these two finish within 2 or 3 seconds of one another all season last year, with Catherine usually having the better of the deal. Now, on the day, Zara, like you said, it was touch and go, and she beat Catherine. Now, when they came to Australia, they were in the same age group and they competed and same deal. And when they came back, Catherine has gone from strength to strength. And you've also got to realise that Catherine was a selection into the New Zealand under-18 women's team who competed at the World Cross Country Championships, which were in Bathurst, and in really, really hot, humid conditions. I know people watch that, but when you see a top athlete in the world coming into the finish and collapsing in the senior women's race just metres from the end, it showed the attrition. And we had a couple of athletes in there, boys that we've taken away before, didn't make the finish line. And Catherine, I think, came in 27th. Now, while that sounds a long way back, when you see these people running from the Horn of Africa, those East Africans are just phenomenal runners. You know, the Ethiopians, the Kenyans, now it's coming in the Eritrea, and they are just so quick. Now, Catherine, I think, finished 27th, and that was the highest place finish of a New Zealander at that competition. She's been running well since she's been back here, so I expect her to feature. Also of note, I noticed before in the warm-up when they were showing the run out, we've got in the field with, I mentioned Lulu Johnson, she was our 3,000 metre runner last year, and she won the time trial over there. We've got coming back from Havelock North High School, Sofia Lombreras. She was with us, so she was in our team last year. She's keen to get into the team, and she came back and ran PBs on the track. Like we went in August, they came back to the track and field. She ran very, very well in Inglewood and ran PBs. So that gives you a sign that she's there. And the incentive, I heard you talking with Tessa before about that team effort. When you line up like this and you see those girls across the front there with 477, 473, they're all going to be for one school, and within the race there's a 3 and a 6 person team. So when we were in Australia, we had 10 girls in the same age group, and we got third in one and third in another, with a couple of, like Bo Ritchie's outstanding win. But Zara Geddes in here, she's running from St Hilda's College. She's our current champion. She's in bib 488, so look for that one. Then we've got the young junior that's just about won everything she can in this country. She won the under-16 cross country in Australia last year. First year as a senior. Last year she ran in the senior women's open cross country trials in Taupo. Ran the under-20 age group and she won that. And this year in Brisbane on the track she won the under-18 15 and 3,000 metres. So I would expect her to be there or thereabouts to the 3K point, and after that she'll probably kick it and give it all she's got. So she'll be, and she's running a bib 570. Now also we've got the twins. Now there's Kate McCarty in 738 and her twin sister Amy McCarty 824. Now one of these girls, lovely girls, Amy goes to Whanganui Collegiate while her sister is at Wellington Girls College. They're both from Wellington, but anyway, so they're the twins in here, and they came with us last year, as did runner 805 from Whanganui Collegiate, Louise Brabham. So here we go, runaway. Not sure if you can put those out, Mark. We
will shortly in Ballaroo 841, who also went to the World Cross Country and finished 36th there. Now we've got Reece Bucks jumped into the co-commentary chair. What I might do, Paul, would you like the headset? Debbie can have the microphone. I can step out for this, so we'll just do a little bit of a tandem swap here. So Reece Buck, Debbie Marshall-Lobb and Paul Mead to take you through this senior women's cross country over the 4,000 and the para-athletes too over the 2,000 metres. Over to you, Reece.
Thanks very much, Mark. As we see those senior girls as they're heading around the backside of this main field, a wonderful view here at Massey University. Once again, a large field and very competitive field as well, with the likes of Bo Ritchie and so on, as they've stepped up from the junior girls grade.
Yeah, Reece, and also I'm not trying to be remiss, also I mentioned Louise Brabham in the last one, but there's also Bella Earl. She's at Whangarei Girls High School, and she was a real star for us in Australia last year. She did a great run, and in the relays on the following Monday, she did a great run. So I'm expecting there's 10 girls in the team. Though I'm hoping they'll all feature in the top You know, they should be in the top 20 places, but a year different. We don't know, other than the regional ones, which some were only just held last week, 2 weeks ago in Auckland Championship, so it'll be interesting to see how they go, and I'm expecting them to be in the top part of the field initially. Now, we know it's getting a little bit warmer now, Debbie, so how do you think it's going to go up that hill?
Well, ka tika tō kōrero, Paul, ko waia koe ki ngā mahi o enei kōtiro. You're aware of where they've been and what they've been doing. I love hearing about your knowledge about the girls. Ki tōku nei whakaro he kaiaka e nei kaipara. You know, they've already displayed excellence in their regions. They're here to do the business, kia mahi te mahi. Ki tōku nei whakaro, nā te mea kei te ironga i te papa tonu, kore he raru, kei mua tētahi rōpu. We've got a group out in front, we're still on the flat. Engari ka tika tō kōrero, a kona i kia piki ngā i te maunga, i te puki miki, e hara ko te maunga. Soon they'll be going up to the hill, and that'll be where we see some change and strategy. Actually, that front group has increased. Ngā mihi kia koe pā.
Kia ora. Now, as I mentioned, some of the people here, if you are familiar with the school uniforms, the young lady running there in the orange shoes, it looks dark on our screen with a ponytail there bouncing along. She's in about 6th place. That's the young Bo Ritchie. So this is her first year as a senior. The one in the blue and white stripe thing, the top, that is Zara Geddes from St Hilda's. Now, Catherine Lunn and her run neck and neck, and Catherine usually starts slow but works her way through, and she did this in Australia, coming from the 30s or 40s in the laps come through, and she did the same in Australia. She comes through, but I'm expecting Bo. Oh, there's a bit of a trip there. So up there, I walked around yesterday, they've put a lot of sand in to fill up the holes that the cattle have left, and they are about 10 centimetres deep to 12 centimetres in places, and where they've taken the course, when you go up the hill and come down, that's where the pugs are actually not quite filled in with the sand. So it was mentioned earlier this morning, the race is about the downhill, tricky to stride out. They've come around that corner. It's that corner that's quite tricky, but now see how one of them's running wide? Because that's away from the sand, but it's actually reasonably puggy, so bit of a risk. But here are your numbers now. Here's 841.
Kei mua ngā kōtiro, waru whātahi, te nama te kōtiro ki mua, kotahi rau ono, whitu rau whātakau mā rua, te mea tuatoru, kotahi mano ono rau.
Bella Earl from Whangarei Girls, whom I've expected, that was one of the ones I mentioned out front.
Yes, you did too. Hey, tino tata tonu rātou, te rōpuni, they're still close together.
Yes, you'll see that by the time they go through the second lap, there will be quite a distinct difference between, distance between the front runners and the ones, if you like, at the back. But remember that the race within the race, there will be some girls in here that are down here for a team, and I used to bring my teams down. You'll notice the black stripe across the light blue there is Whanganui Collegiate, Whanganui from where I'm from, and they will be targeting the teams race.
Oh, pāka ki te au tētahi tama. E whiwhi tana mētara, he rawe. Ngā tama motu hake para, the para tauira, and how fantastic. Aha ko kari I ki te aia, ko tino tere, ko Toby Island tonengwa, mai Hutt Valley High, defending champ. Wow, he rawe aia, ka oma pera ki te hau. He can run like the wind.
He's got two titles last year and this year.
That must give him a great deal of confidence.
Oh, brilliant. And this Papa Nui, they have brought athletes through for our Paris track and field and cross country for many, many years. And kia kaha to Papa Nui. Awesome. Thumbs up to you people.
I ki te au I a rātou I noho whānau, I noho tata. I've seen Papa Nui downstairs, and there's a large contingent of them. They're doing so well.
Yeah, so Josh Ray there from Papa Nui, and now we've got the boy from Havelock Mill High School. So
it's good to see the geographical spread of the schools.
Louis Douglas.
Ka pai Louis.
From Heratonga, as you would call it.
Heratonga.
Para Rangatani stuff. We just need to keep There we go, we've got another one.
Oh,
now, this
fantastic.
I'm just going back to that lead.
So we've still got Bella Earl in the lead from Whangarei Girls High School. And behind her, Sophia Lambreres. She was 10th last year in the senior girls, and along with her, Ava Sutherland, the leading athlete from Wellington Girls College there. She was 7th last year and expecting to be up there in the mix with those front girls. So that's your leading three as they're coming around at the end of their first lap.
Yes, Ava Sutherland also was in our team last year. She's a lovely kid. And here they come along right in front of our commentary box now, and they're running neck and neck. We've got two right there, and they are... Oh, and here comes Bo Ritchie just tucking in behind them, as expected. Then one of them, Cardi Girls. So yes, and Sophia Lombres and Zara Geddes, last year's champion. Now what I'm looking for is if Catherine Lund will come through. Now there's one of the other twins. She's running in the blue, the light blue crop top there. That's Wanganui Collegiate. That's the other girl, Makati. And here comes Catherine Lund going past now. That's Louise Brabham. Oh.
O ka pai, ka ki te tātou i a rātou, he te nuinga o rātou, ngā kaioma, kei te haere, kei te pāhi rātou i a mātou ngā kai pāho.
That's Oliver King, number
E o
378.
makaha tonu rātou.
And where do we go? Here we go. 378, 376.
And we can see the Paralympics. Well, he is hopefully to go to the Olympics. The
they
athletes.
Might. Well,
and well done them. The majority from Papa Nui. That's a fantastic representation. Nō reira, tau kia koutou.
Yeah.
Papa Nui High School are represented by many of their students in the Para Games. Fantastic.
There we go. Yeah, so we're just in the background. You may be able to hear the ground commentary. There's a lead gone out already. So remember, this is a 2K loop. They've got another lap to go, but that's a clear breakaway at the moment. Now, notice I did say that Bo Ritchie will probably go at the 3rd kilometre. Now, at the moment on your screen, you've got people coming in past the start-finish line, finishing the first 2K. The other athletes have already got about 400 to 500 metres on them. Is it Catherine Lund out there, or is she further back? Catherine Lund has gone out. Yeah, she's been running so well. And Bo Ritchie's tracking her.
I ki te au tētahi kōtiro, kei mua ia tātou mai te kura kōhini o papai o ia. Good to see a local school represented here, Palmerston North Girls High School. Ka rawi, they've got a large contingent this year too in the national cross-country event.
Yes, and I know that involvement here with your council deputy mayor, we've got to say, Debbie, Papa Ioia, a name that was told to me a long time ago that it meant that when the first settlers came in, they cut some trees down and they said, what a beautiful place, how beautiful it is. Is that what it means?
Well,
Papa here is.
Well, I'm sure they found it a beautiful place. It's a clearing. However, we would say Haunui Nanaya, who was the explorer, when he came over and stood at the top, he looked down and he saw the clearing. He saw that it was relatively flat land, and so we feel fortunate about that.
Yes, and the...
Haunui Nanaya had named many areas here. Oh, I see Aquinas College have a student going in for the Para Games.
I think that's the presentations now for the Year 9 boys. We did see Sam.
Yes, this is the boy from McLean's that one, is it?
O Aroha Mai.
Nope. Oh, yes, Year 9, sorry. No, the other boys will be here.
Well done. Great to see the geographical spread of the schools.
Yeah, ngā kura o ngā motu o te motu. O ngā motu kura tuarua right across, you did right. And some schools only send 1 or 2 athletes, whereas the other ones target teams. And
this is a huge contingent of secondary schools. He maha ngā kura tuarua I konei.
I see Xavier James from Wellington College there as well up on the dais. Leading athletes from the Year 9 race receiving their certificates. And well into the second lap now for the senior girls.
Catherine.
Running wha mano mita here at Massey University for the New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships.
Yeah, so Catherine Lundy has got a great, she's obviously decided to make a move and try, and this is a tactic that, well, Reese will be familiar when you're running cross country. It comes in little breaks, and if you have a break, sometimes it's psychologically, if you're back, you might give up. But I know the calibre of Bo Ritchie, but this hill is the first of the two, and it's the second time around, so she'll come down and go around. And people might have noticed earlier on screen too that down on the bottom part there are 4 logs on the ground, and the athletes can either choose to go in a straight line, go over 2, or zigzag through them. Now the second person coming into your screen now is indeed Bo Ritchie from St Peter's School in Cambridge, and like I said, at the 3k mark she'll make a move to try and either close that gap or go for it. And also coming down the hill now in your 3rd and 4th, you've got some of the other girls we mentioned, but this is a strong move from Catherine Lund. She did it round the home field here. She's held on to it for at least a K, and now she's going to go up the second and final hill for her.
Kei te raha o makaha tonu rātou, kāri I te pōturi haere, aha ko te wero o taua puke, I te wā ka haere ki raro, ka pai tonu nera, Paul. They're still, making good progress.
Yes, well, look, the calibre of the ones up front, this is an international runner here. She went to the World Cross Country Championships. People say, 27th. Well, anybody that's been, you'll know that that's actually pretty good. And Reece will tell you where he got over there. Now, that's one of the McCarty girls. She's up where I thought, that's Sophie Lumbreras. Now, the McCarty girls normally finish within about 4 or 5 seconds of one another as well. But remember, they're at different colleges. One at from Whanganui Atara, Wellington Girls, and the other one's at Whanganui Collegiate. Now, that was Ava Sutherland coming in before, number 742 from Wellington Girls College. And that's Louise Brabham on the right. She was in our team. She'll be trying to get into that top 10. So that gap they've got now is what I expected. When you see athletes and their performance and how they run, you see if they've got what we call a bit of a heart, a big apple. The ones that, really, they've got talent, but they also dig in hard in training. And some of these trips that they go on, they suddenly realise that there's a bigger world out there than their little provincial, in the Manawatu here, and they go to Te Heko Maui championships. But
ka kite whānui rātou, ka tiro whānui. I've seen that before too, Paul, when I've taken students overseas, that you can see that suddenly they're thinking, by Joes, I'm a global citizen, there's a whole world out there, and there's a place here for me too.
So we've got about 300 metres, 250 metres remaining for Catherine Lund from Otago Girls High School. As we said, she did make a strong move as she headed into the start of that second lap. Currently in behind her, Bo Ritchie from St Peter's School, one of the expected favourites for this race. Behind her, Ava Sutherland and Kate McCarty from Wellington Girls College leading that 3-person teams race, but it is a strong finish here from Catherine Lund as she comes down to win the senior girls race for the 2023 New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships.
Oh, kei reira aia, kei reira, tū meke.
Yes, Catherine, like as I said, we've got the inside running that she was running well down in Otago, and it's proved a point. She's running so well. Now that's actually quite a good win here. Like I say, this girl coming through has got a lot of talent. She's won a lot of things through age groups, Bo Ritchie, so she's got another 2 years in this grade. So that's a great effort from a first-year junior up. I'm sure her coach and parents, Ange Russick, will be pleased with that. Oh, and here we go, that's Ava.
Ava Sutherland from Wellington Girls College. She's been running well down in the Wellington scene, followed by her teammate there, Kate McCarty.
He tino kaha rātou.
Bella Earl from Whangarei Girls College right behind her.
And Sophia Labreras, and then, now there's Zara
Curry
Geddes
from Christchurch Girls High School running well there as well, followed by Zara Geddes there from St Hilda's Collegiate.
Yes, and Zara was struggling. You could see how she was determined to get across. There's the other girl, McCarty, that's Amy.
Lucy Jerk there from Wellington Girls College. That's their third runner across the line. That should have sewn up the 3-person teams race.
Mai papaio ia.
The papaio ia. Palmerston North. Oh, see the tie-up coming on the run on the left. And we're not trying to highlight somebody in duress here, but, this is... you have to rely on a bit of your stamina and stuff, and you can see that, what do you do as a coach? Can you get them to run any harder than that if they're coming in like that? Yes, you can train for it, but she's not given up. She's still coming home. I've seen Louise Brabham finish. She's further down than she wanted to be.
Mana wahine kei ko. The strength of these young ladies, they're really giving it their all. They're determined, they're resolute.
So we're seeing the blue singlets there of Whanganui Collegiate coming through. They were second in the 3-person and 6-person teams race, but you see the strength there of Wellington Girls College. Their leading 3 runners in 2022, Ava Sutherland, Kate McCarty and Lucy Jerk. they are the first 3 home for Wellington Girls again this year. Very, very strong team. They'll look to take out probably the 3-person and 6-person team next year. I guess as we're losing those girls out of secondary schools, we'll be looking to see if Wellington Girls can, I guess what we call, instead of rebuilding, reloading with the talent for next year.
That's an interesting point, Reece. Well done. I know some schools here are targeting. I mentioned off camera before that the World Schools Cross Country, Secondary Schools Cross Country, is held in Kenya next year. And to qualify for that, you have a team go, must be a boys' school go, must be a girls' team go, and then we're allowed to send a New Zealand team, which can be 6 boys and 6 girls. Now, I know that we'll see later on that Westlake boys are particularly targeting that. I know St Peter's School in Cambridge were targeting it. Wellington Girls, if they've got the 3, if they've got the 6, they would be the highest qualifying team. They can probably achieve that, but it's a lot of money. You go to Worlds, but like you said before, you go overseas and you see a greater world, and an experience like that, expensive, yes, but man, what a thing to aspire to.
Yes, what an amazing experience to be there and competing against others internationally.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons behind the thinking of New Zealand secondary schools to choose teams and take them to the Australian Schools Championships, where we come up against state teams. So when we're over there, we're running against the runners from New South Wales, Tasmania, ACT, etc. Now, we're looking at the kids coming in now, and again, some of these people will be counting in their teams. Some of them it's just looking for the PBs. And people will often ask us, you should probably know this, that when you're selecting in cross country, people say, oh, this person won the Wellington, this one person won Auckland, and they try to compare. It's really, really difficult because the courses are so different. Now, this one, to me, is old school cross country. It's got a bit of a water hazard, it's got a couple of jumps, it's got farms. Some people have some cross country courses you go are basically, if you like, just around a rugby field, like the first part here. Reece will know this, with terrain topography can play a huge factor in your finishing order.
Oh, absolutely, and I remember we'd go to New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs each year, and it's very difficult to get kind of maybe much information about what the course is going to be like. You turn up there and you're like, okay, we've got mud. Hopefully they've brought their long spikes with them, or they've prepared a little bit. Yes. But it is a little bit horses for courses. There will be some of these athletes that maybe they've raced on a course similar to this, or maybe they get the opportunity to run out on this kind of terrain. There'll be some of those athletes maybe from places, the bigger cities, Auckland, Wellington, where a lot of their training is done around fields, or maybe on the roads a little bit more, where this uneven terrain is a little bit more difficult.
He rere ke te whenua, kei tēnā rohi, you're both correct. You know, the geography of the land is quite different from one place to another, and koina ka titiro tātou ki enei, ki ngā senior girls and para girls, 4Ks and 2Ks, e pai tēnā.
Yeah, just interesting. Some of the names I mentioned earlier, look at them. Catherine Lund, Bo Ritchie, Ava Sutherland, all in the team last year, as was Kate McCarty, as was Bella Earl, so was Sophia. Kate Curry, she's in there, and Zara Geddes, our winner last year, is an 8th, so she'll be happy because she qualifies. Also Lulu Johnson there in 10th, she was with us last year. Amy McCarty was last year, she's 12th. So like I say, some of these ones have come through. A lot of transition here. But Catherine Lund, an easy winner by quite a few seconds there in cross country. 17 seconds is, probably on this terrain today, probably, well, I don't know, is it 7 or 17? No, it is 17 seconds, and 17 seconds on this type of terrain out on the back is probably 200 metres.
Yeah, and really good to see some of those younger athletes that have stepped up from the juniors in 2022 into the senior girls race. You got Bo Ritchie winning the junior girls last year and coming in and taking out that silver medal here in the senior girls race. I see Poppy Healy, 6th in the junior girls last year, into the top 15 here in the senior girls. Very, very tough to do, to move from that 3K junior girls race up into the competitive senior girls race and still performing in a similar position. Often what happens is they drop back, they maybe drop 10, 20, 30 places as they move up into the seniors, and then in their last year, maybe their second last year, we might see them be more competitive. So a couple of those girls, they're really stepping up well from the juniors to seniors.
Ka pai tēnā, nā te mea, ko rātou ngā teina I tē rātou, nai nei, ko rātou I roto I te whakataitau tuakana, kua puawai, ka tika te kōrero race. It's a big leap, but those teina, those younger ones, when they competed last year, were in the junior area, now they're into the seniors. That's really developmental, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And the other thing that people have got to be aware of is that in some of the zones and regions, they run different age groups. So in the greater Tamaki Makaurau counties and the North Shore, they will run junior, intermediate, senior. But when they come here, there's a year 9 race, then the juniors. Now the juniors is under 16 as of December. Most of the other codes are running from the 1st of January. And so some of these girls, you say, like Bo Ritchie, if she's in year 11, she can, I think Reese was in this, he could have had 2 years as a junior in the old days, but when we brought the year 9 race in, there's a year 9, then a junior. Now some kids with birthdays actually can get 2 years in that junior, all right? But the way it's going at the moment, that most of our athletes are year 11, 12, 13, so you've got 3 age groups, and in the juniors you've got year 10s and the young year 11s. So you're right, it is a step up, and psychologically, and we've seen this before, and I was in the same position taking a team away down to Wingatui racecourse in Otago when the champs were down there, and the parent said, well, I'm not paying for the other daughter to go because she knows she can't beat her older sister. She was year 11, so that killed my 6-person team. But, and it was a real shame because we won the 3-person, but you know, a year 11 was running against a year 13, so that makes it quite difficult. So for some of these girls, young wahine there, they if they've got a training program and a regime in school, and you heard Tessa earlier in the interview, parental support and even just asking them how they're getting on, the tautoko them, what they're doing, is a huge thing to keep them in the sport, because it is hard. Teenage girls are, you know, what's more exciting? Let's go out on Saturday night or go for a run around the cross country course. Yeah.
And having seen that senior girls race there, we do know, having talked to spoken with Tessa Webb, and a quick interview with her earlier during that year 9 boys race, about the opportunities for a lot of these athletes to head to America on scholarships, with the opportunity to get an education and furthering their opportunities as far as running as well. We know the likes of Nick Willis, Eric Speakman, an athlete that I ran with both at New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country and then ran in the States with, Michael Aish, went on to represent New Zealand at several Olympics, and I think we will see some of these girls, the names there will become familiar to us over the next few years. They're the girls that will go on to represent New Zealand at World Cross Country Champs, at the NZSSAA Championships in America, maybe at the Olympics and Commonwealth Games on the track as well.
Well, we certainly hope so, Reece, and you know, the unfortunate thing of that is while American college system is a great, it's like a double-edged sword, isn't it? You've got the benefits of going there and getting into running programs. Some of these people get selected to go to track and field, so run the 3K or the steeples. Here's our winner, Catherine London, the second one, Bo Ritchie.
So we will pass over to Mark Harris now with the interview of those running athletes.
It was pretty tough. It was very uneven on the mud, and it got pretty muddy towards the end, so it was pretty tough out there. Yeah.
So you found the ground quite uneven, because I think in some of the earlier races they actually said that they found the ground quite good. So obviously it's getting quite soft out there now.
Yeah, it's pretty muddy. I slipped a few times on the downhills, but yeah, I think it's a horse race or horse area.
So there we go. So it's maybe more accustomed for horses. So Bo, do you reckon it's accustomed for the horses out there, or do you reckon it was a good course for us runners?
Probably both. There's lots of potholes and everything, so it made it kind of hard to know like where your path was going to go or the line where you're going to go up the hill. But it was helpful having Catherine in the front because I knew where to go.
So there you go, Catherine. She was stalking you, eh? Hey, that's pretty good to hear that the second place getter was keeping a close eye on you. So what was your expectation coming into today?
I thought I might be like top 10 because I want to get into the New Zealand team. Yeah, I thought maybe top 10 would be good.
Excellent. So obviously top 10 is quite a wide expectation, but you know, coming in first, you did exceptionally well last year. Surely you must have had some expectations. You ran well at the World Cross Country Champs. you must have had some feeling that maybe I'm going to do a bit better than 10th.
I don't know. I try not to think about that too much because I don't want to get too nervous, so I just don't have any expectation.
That's brilliant to hear, because often, athletes, we do focus too much on our nerves and how we feel on the day. So that's brilliant to hear. And so, do you get nervous before your race when you're leading up to obviously a big moment? We're calling out your name potentially. What's it like out there, Bo?
I get a little bit nervous, but I try to turn it into excitement and just work for my team. The team environment's really big for me in my school, so yeah, just work towards that.
Excellent. So well done, girls. That was a fantastic race today. I loved watching you guys out there, as I always do. Obviously, I'm involved in track and field more than cross country, but that was a brilliant race, girls, and well done. Thank you so much. Thank you, girls.
Well, as I was sort of saying, Reece, it was not a real surprise. Catherine has run so well there, and just noticing when they were interviewing the old teardrop flags out there, just dropped away a little. So maybe in the middle of the day, it's going to be middle of the afternoon, should I say, is going to be a little bit less wind for the boys. Now they do 6K, but just going back to the thing about the I was saying a double-edged sword of people that go into the States. So I tried to track down. From a group that we took, New Zealand secondary school athletes, and Reece Toucher was in charge of that. We went down to Tasmania, it was, and I think that following when we got up to the Sunshine Coast, of the 24 athletes we had, 18 of them went to the States. Now, you go that one, we went to Wollongong, and we had athletes there, and they were already talking about which universities that had approached them, and they were starting to suss out whether. And it's interesting because some of them want to go where their mates have gone, or some want to go. We don't want to go to the northern ones up in Providence, which is really popular. There's about 8 New Zealand athletes up there now, some track and field, some cross country, but they go to the coaches and then they hear the feedback. Now, one of the young lasses that you might remember, a guy called Phil Clode, great New Zealand runner, he probably won our national title 7 times or 6 or 7 times. His daughter decided she didn't want to be in a cold state, so she chose a university in Florida because she doesn't like the cold. And I thought, well, that's pretty cool. But they go there, and the thing is, like Taupo last year, our national cross country, it's coming up at the end of this month, 29th. The kids that go through the club, they don't really come back for those events. So we see a lot of our running talent from the ages of 18 to about 24. We don't have big numbers in our club events anymore. Because a lot of them are in the States, of course. And it is a pathway for them. I think our most renowned one as far as going through to Olympics and running the fastest times would be Kimberly Smith. Formerly, she did her first year at Roseville College and then went to King's College. She went up to Providence in the USA and then has she's still got New Zealand records, I think, for the women's 5, 10, 15.
From 3,000 all the way through into the half marathon for Kimberly.
Yes, and she's still in Providence. She's a young mum now, or she's got 2 young kids. But there was a pathway for her, and she went to the Olympics, and people go, oh, we don't know her. I'm going, well, she hasn't lived here, but the pathway was quite clear. And she did 3 events at Olympics, over 4 Olympics, and her first marathon was in the London Olympics. I think she got 9th or something, didn't she? So the calibre of athletes are out there, they're right here, and this is a stepping stone to go to greater things, as you did. And people are watching this. And from overseas, when they put their, if you like, your CV in, the American colleges are very fixated on time. And the ones that get approached tend to be the ones that have got a fast 3K track time. They don't care for the New Zealand Australian cross country champion. They really don't, until they start seeing the type of cross country course we have.
Yeah, certainly. And I think talking to Tessa Webb earlier, I think the opportunities there for those athletes that do get the chance to head over to America, certainly the academics, I know in my case, got to compete with the likes of Michael Aish. Michael Aish, New Zealand Olympian, went 1-2 with Michael at the NZSSAA Cross Country Championships, and an experience that certainly I can't forget, and managed to come home with a double degree and now doing some work for the government. So it's kind of worked out well, but certainly the opportunity for these athletes to go overseas, and certainly New Zealand secondary cross country, sometimes a stepping stone. It's sometimes the place where these athletes are actually being seen. maybe the downside of this is this live stream. It does provide the opportunity for American coaches to actually watch these athletes and maybe see the talent that we have here. But just a few minutes away now from our last race of the day, kicking off at 1:50. That's our senior boys, and they're going to be running Ono Mano Mita, 6,000 metres here at Massey University here in the Manawatu. Once again, big thank you to Whakaata Māori Active for the opportunity to have these races hosted on their YouTube channel. Once again, also a big thanks to the sponsors there, Bailey's, we see them up on the screen now, Caltex helping fuel school sports. Events like this, and certainly with the coverage that we have, it doesn't happen easily. SAS as well, one of the major sponsors of secondary schools athletics, and certainly the big one behind our sport, Athletics New Zealand. A number of representatives from Athletics New Zealand here today, making sure this event goes off without a hitch. Indeed. And look, we will be we see them at all the major events. We've got National Cross Country for the club and age grades coming up just in August, and in fact, it's interesting being here commentating with you here today, Mark. I'm going to be on a microphone again in a week's time in quite a different event. I'm going to be down at the stadium in Wellington for the Wellington Marathon. And in fact, one of the events that I most look forward to is actually the kids' Magic Mile, and seeing those kids come flying at the finish line and trying to read out as many names as I can as they come flying towards us.
Yes, hoping for some good weather for that. I have actually signed up for the 10 kilometres, which I'm going to regret, I'm sure, in a week's time, especially if I stumble past the line in front of you, Reece. But it'll be good to see you down there. At the moment, we've got Debbie Marshall-Lobb has gone down to make the presentation to the senior women, so hopefully we'll catch up with that very shortly, leading into obviously the final race of the day, the 6 kilometre for the men. So we'll take a quick break here on our coverage of the 49th edition of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Championship. Quick break, back the other side with our last race and hopefully that medal presentation as well.
We had to make sure from the beginning, yep, this is what we're going to do and we're going to go all in.
And it was us.
So I was so determined to have this pepe.
Puro pepe, ki whakaata Māori me Māori plus.
Okay guys, twice the cell. Go past the cell. Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now. We're going once. Going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
Not for the faint-hearted.
Yeah, you were here on all fronts.
Or the hakanati. And the nutty haka.
I te whakarongo kōrua?
Ko pakaru tēnei pātene. Hakapedia, paraere ki whakaata Māori.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls, and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
Kia ora, welcome back to the coverage here on Whakaata Māori Active for the 49th edition of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country Championships here at Massey University in Palmerston North. Mark Rosanowski, Reese Buck, Paul Meads in the chair at the moment. Debbie Marshall-Lobb with us as well. She's gone down to the green room to make the presentation for the senior girls, where we saw a most impressive victory to Catherine Lund from Otago Girls High after finishing second last year, and Bo Ritchie, who was a Year 9 winner, then a junior winner, and stepping up to the seniors this year for the first time, and finishing an outstanding second. Ava Sullivan third, and Kate McCarty rounding out the top four. So we'll have that medal presentation for you shortly, and of course the final race of the day set to start at 10 minutes to 2. So we're close to start time for the senior boys over the 6,000 metres. I've got Reese and Paul with me just to discuss runners that we should be looking out for. Reese, your form guide there, and notes ahead. I think I highlighted about a dozen or 15 runners here, which makes me think this will be an exceptionally competitive 6K.
Oh, absolutely. Just like the senior girls, there's 10 or 15 of them that can certainly play into the mix as we get towards the end of it. But look, the one for me, Alfie Steadman, I've been really impressed with some of his performances over the summer on the track, and look, he's going to be stepping up from the juniors from last year. The winner in the juniors was only by 10 seconds, but I think quite a good win, and look, he's going to be a tough battle there for those front running seniors.
Yeah, well,
it's some inside info here, haven't you, Paul?
And yes, interesting enough, there was a profile about Alfie on Facebook. Now, this young man ran well within himself in Nelson last year, and then he took off. He cleaned the junior boys race out, and then when we took him to Australia, and he was the only competitor for us in the under-16 boys race, which, you know, we should take a team there, but that's a political thing within our organisation. Now, Alfie Steadman won the Australian cross-country title over there, and he won it well. And then this year, and we went over on a track and field team, and he went up an age group to run with the senior guys in the under-18s, because he could have gone the under-16s. And he got silvers in both the 3,000 and the 1,500 metres. And one of them, he was in a fourth place coming with 60 metres to go, and he just kept driving his long legs through. Now, the unfortunate thing for him is, Reese, is that you might be picking him, but he's actually been injured, and he didn't run at the regional, his northern zone cross country in the north of Auckland, the west zone in Auckland, and he didn't really race at the Greater Aucklands because of his injury. Now, he's down here, he wants to support his team, he wants to help the team go to the Worlds, but I'm actually not going to put him in contention for across the line because of that. It may surprise me, and you can give me heaps about it afterwards. But you know, in here you've got a guy that ran in Auckland who also had a few injuries, but he went to the World Cross Country, I believe, Jamie Mora. Now he's Northern Grammar, but he's under Nick Kadai, so I'm looking forward to see how he comes through today, because he can be really strong. We've got Elliot Pugh, who was called in for the injured Cameron Monda to go to the Worlds, and he's man, I watched him run last year in Adelaide, and he was right behind Christian Duval. We went 1-2, and Christian was by far the favourite athlete of our team, and Elliot just said, I'm going to hang on to him as long as I can, and he was second across the line. Because he was in a different age group, technically in the under-18 race, he got a gold medal, and he runs hard. He has got a really, really high personal drive, so I'm expecting him to be up there. We've got a young guy, Angus Seaver, coming in from Cashmere High School. He's more of a track guy. He likes his 15 and 3. But
he won the juniors 2 years ago at Tawa.
Yes, he did, and that was in the rain. So we know he's got a bit of power, but 6K is a little bit of a jump. Then we've got Louis Andres from Hillcrest in Hamilton, Kitty Roa, and he also was in our team. So we've got, there's another guy here came with that track. He's an 800 metre guy, James Trathen from Maclean's. He doesn't like cross country, but he's here helping out his school because they're looking for a school team deal.
Under 18 800 metre champ.
That's right. He came over to Australia and he didn't get through his heat, so he was a bit disappointed with that. So see how he goes. He ran at the Auckland cross country, but like I say, he's a team runner. But Zach O'Dwyer now at listed here at Sacred Heart College, but I think he's now under Perry Cunningham coaching. So we'll see how he goes. He came to Australia last year. We've got Daniel Prescott from St Thomas of Canterbury College. He's here. He's also a runner. He's been running well down in Christchurch, I believe. We've got also Alfie, like you say, Alfie Stebbin, he's with Westlake Boys. You'll see a strong contingent of them with the red, the white singlet with the green and the red right in the middle of your screen there, to the right of that yellow marquee. And also Daniel St Clair from Whanganui Collegiate. All these boys have run well in the past. Some of them are better known because of their track, as you see with Alfie. But some of these kids don't target the track. They sort of train over the summer but don't target the speed stuff. So 6 kilometres here, if they get in the under-20s overseas, they've got to run 8K, and that's a big step up.
And they're about to get underway here in the 6 kilometres for the senior men, and they've just been called to stand up again. And Reece, obviously it is 6 kilometres, but in a field of this size, very important for runners who feel like they're in contention for the medals to get forward in this very quickly.
Yeah, look, we talked about before comparing it to the NZSSAA Championships, where we've got 150 plus athletes. They've got about 100 metres till they hit the first corner, and if you're not in the right spot in that first corner when they turn, it's very, very difficult to start to make your way up through that field. The other side of that is if you expend 80% of your energy in the first 100 metres of the race to get there, it can create a few problems later on, especially for these senior boys. Ono Mano Meter, it's a 6,000 metre race. It's the longest race of the day. For a lot of these guys, it's the first time they will have run 6K. So they've certainly got to be careful. They want to be in the mix to get those medals. They've got to be up there early, but you've also got to conserve some energy on a tough course.
Yes, yeah, thanks, Reece. And you're right. And, you know, if you're managing athletes and you've got them running there, and you know they're year 11 and it's they might have trained in over 6K, but a race 6K, you'd be saying to them, well, you know, get in the field, do your best, and, you know, every shoot you can pick off is a bonus for our team. So while you've got the runners, and I saw them go out, and you can see the long, tall, just on the left of your screen there back, that's the Alfie Stebbin we were talking about. He's not at 100%. But you can see already in the first couple of 100 metres, there's three that have gone out the front. Leading the rest of the pack, I think, is Luis Andres, so I mentioned from Kirikiriroa. He's in Hamilton. But it's a big field. Come down now, you'll see them going across the road. They've put all that soft stuff down to the spikes. I think that's definitely Luis Andres in fourth.
Elliot Pugh leading there.
Yes, and this is the boy I mentioned from down the Bay Plain, Tauranga. He is what I call a really determined runner. Now the other guy coming in third with the green shoes, it's Daniel. Expected him to be up in this end of the deal. And then the other Daniel from Whanganui Collegiate with a black diagonal stripe now, running stride for stride with Luis Andres. So one's got red shoes on, one's got the greeny yellow ones. And in second place, now I'm just trying to pick that up, sorry guys, I can't quite see. I went to Specsavers, got the double price of the $2.99, still can't see.
I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say it's Wellington College athlete in there. We'll just try and get that number for you as soon as we can.
I think you're right.
Remember, 3 circuits of the 2 kilometres here for the senior boys, 6,000 metres. Elliot Pugh leading at the moment, and we'll get a head-on shot of them shortly. They'll enable us to pick up the leading 10 or so as they sort themselves out in the early stages of the senior boys.
Sitting there in fourth place, I believe that might be Daniel Sinclair, coming off of a really, really good performance last week at the Dawn Cup. Came down from Whanganui to Wellington to take on the best Wellington had to offer, and he ran away from the field there looking as though he was in really, really good shape for this weekend.
And he finished fourth in this last year at Nelson.
And it looks like we've got one of the Otago Boys High School. He's running in currently in 5th. And that's got to see a couple of runners from there. Now, the striped shirt you've got at the back of that group there, that's the young fella from McLean's. And you'll notice with this age group, of course, some boys are 15. They're in the senior group, they're young. And the guys in the year 13, there's a big growth difference. So that difference between power and leg stride, you know, the cadence, and for cadence, so those people watching at home, is how often the foot stride's going. And a lot of coaches will try and get them to not have a long time with their foot on the ground, and the cadence is how often they're clicking over right foot to left foot. Now there's a guy striding out down the hill.
So number 579 coming down the hill, Daniel Prescott from St Thomas of Canterbury College, third in the juniors 2021 behind Angus Sevier. He finished 8th last year in the seniors. He's hit the front there from Elliot Pugh.
And just a correction there, that strip that from the side looked like Wellington College is actually Caleb Wagner there from Auckland Grammar School. Once again, we did mention him earlier, coming off of that second place in the junior boys in 2022, so expecting to see him up the front, and he looks as though he's running well.
He's with that front group now, and like I say, it's different of how they run at the zones here in the, if you get a flatter course, it suits the speedsters, I guess. But the hill the third time will be a real challenge. They'll be, this first time through, the ones all through this section here can make moves, and the ones that are strong will come through, and the other ones will try and maintain where they're at. It's just one of those. We talked earlier with Tessa about. You talked with Tessa about that mindset before the race, during the race, what's going through your head. And some of these guys will be looking across the Auckland Grammar, the Westlake boys. They'll have their teammates out that have run earlier around the track in key places, cheering them on, and they are really good at it. And it encourages the athletes, and it's a chance for those boys. They might be 7th or 8th in their school team on selection, but you always tell them, well, go for him and improve your placing. Now, on flat courses, some guys do well. On this course, it could be a chance for the ones with a bit of strength, who've done steeplechase, a lot of hill work, to come through. So it's still, Elliot Pugh's gone out again, and Daniel was running real right behind him. So
Elliot Pugh from Daniel Prescott, the first two there. I believe Daniel Sinclair making a move as well. He's wearing number 829 when we see him shortly.
Yeah, just one of the things about that really impressed me last year was the determination with which Elliot competed. Like I say, he got second in the age groups in Australia. That's no mean feat. He was the next cab off the rank when Cameron Maunda from Westlake couldn't go. He got called into the welds. He went over there and he ran. He did well. And when he came back here, when he came over to Australia, he made the big burst on the field from about 350 out. First lap coming through, the 2K's done, and there are the three.
So Elliot Pugh coming through, along
two
with
Daniels.
Daniel Prescott and Daniel Sinclair, and this group of three out by about 20 metres.
So that's Maclean's College coming through there. We've got a boy from St Kitts. There's the Otago Boys High School. Two runners there within 10 metres of one another. But that Elliot Pugh, he just went so hard in that 1500 metres and he just got run down the last few strides. So he's got a great attitude, he's got a bit of speed, so you wouldn't want to be running neck and neck with him to the finish unless you can sprint, because this guy can go.
2 kilometres down and 4 kilometres to go. 3 full circuits here for the senior boys.
Yep. So they're coming through. In a minute in the back, there we go now. Right across the field you can see 3 runners. These are the same 3, Elliot, Daniel and Daniel. And then there is about a 25 to 30 metre gap back to the 4th, 5th, 6th runners, 7. So it looks like we've got 3 distinct groups out the front here. Got a group of 3, then a group of 4, and then we've got another group of 6 or 7 there. And then it goes back to another little group. So already after 2K they've fractured out. You can see the stride, the leg stride, and the rhythm the boys have got on the front. They've decided to use their stride length on the flat to gain distance. Now, while it doesn't sound like much, when you do the math, if the guy can increase his stride by the length of his foot, 30 centimetres say, over 100 metres you're saving quite a bit of time. So it's less time with feet on the ground for pretty much the same effort. So up the hill they'll go in a minute. You can see the 2 groups here. Now they're starting to fractionate even more.
Jamie Moore has just moved through into 4th spot there, leading up that 2nd division, looking to try and close off on the front 3.
Yes, Jamie, as I mentioned earlier, he ran well in Auckland Champ, so he's got a bit of firepower there.
So we've spoken about with the girls' race about those teams events in amongst this race. Defending champions here, Maclean's College, have lost a number of their leading athletes leading into the 2023 race as they've graduated and moved on. Westlake Boys is returning a number of their athletes, but Wanganui Collegiate with Daniel Sinclair leading them, certainly running well. It's still 5:79 there. Daniel Prescott from St Thomas of Canterbury leading Daniel Sinclair from Wanganui Collegiate.
And Elliot Pugh lying 3rd as they go through the logs for the 2nd occasion, and then a question of whether any of the other runners in behind can close down on these 3 as they move towards the 3 kilometre mark, which is halfway through.
Yes, Reese will know that if you're running in courses like this and you happen to be at the front, that wouldn't have been me, I would have been way at the back watching you. But when they go up the hill, they know that this is 4K. The next time will be, I think, the telling thing. And if Reese is right, if you get up the hill early, it means the other people have got to catch you, and you get a little bit of a breather down the hill. But the leg stride of these boys is going to get in check here. And there they go. Notice that the distance between the footfall is lessened, and that's because you need to gear down to go up the hill.
Medal
the two Elliots
presentation
have
there,
gone
Paul, on the left-hand
yes.
side, with Catherine Lunn just being awarded the gold medal from our co-commentator Debbie Marshall-Lobb. Bo Ritchie second from St Peter's out of Cambridge, and Ava Sutherland about to receive her medal, 7.42 and third.
That's it, and there's the voice behind the rail. Great to have a woman of such knowledge here. Local Palmerston North Boys High School she works.
Yeah, for those that have been listening throughout the morning on our coverage here on Whakaata Māori, our te reo speaker that's been helping us along and providing us some guidance on some of the te reo we've been using there doing the presentations. So it's been great to have her along for the commentary today.
Daniel Prescott leading down the hill there from Daniel Sinclair, Elliot Pugh, and Jamie Moore is closing off on them and looking to try and latch onto this front trio. Having to do it by himself though.
Yes, he's figured out he's got to go, and that's a good call. That's Bella Earl on the left there. Sorry, we go back to the Guild's presentation, and that's the other one of the twins.
Caleb Wagner going through next there on the right.
Sophie Lumbreras from Havelock High School.
Certificates for the top 10 there, and the senior woman.
See George Wiley go through there as well. He was third place in the senior boys, in the junior boys last year. Just in front of him was Azriel Cabasal from Tauranga Boys College.
Fielding a student going through there, Alec Ball.
So just having a look at those runners as they come through, we are going to try and get a bit of a count for those teams as they went around at the end of lap 1. It looked as though Wanganui Collegiate was looking strong for that 3-person teams race with it looked like 3 in the top 30. Wellington College looking very strong with what looked like 5 or 6 in the top 50. So we'll try and get a picture of that for you as they come past. They're about to finish lap 2.
This is
about 3 minutes.
Yep, sorry, this is the second part of the hill. Now, when they come down here, they go up the hill and they come back down like a zigzag. And when they come down, they've got to do a little bit of a trick, and there's a little hurdle. It's not high, it's probably only about 300 to 400 mil off the ground. But it just, notice they just did a quick check there over their shoulder to look back. See, Daniel was looking across to see how far back the other ones are. Here's the little hurdle I was talking about. Fortunately, there's no water running through the creek this year, because last time they here, the farmers went, this is not wet enough, and they dug a bigger hole the day before. It ended up about 5 or 8 metres long, so everybody had to have 3 steps into it going splash, splash, splash. But it's pretty dry out there at the moment, 7 fine days in a row. And now they come down across the road, come back into the, if you like, the home straight, and they will then be on their last lap. So they've done, when they come past the mats on the ground, you see there will be 4K. And for the uninitiated, the mat in front of Cindy's corner, in the main part of the foreground of your screen, is where the electronic timing is done, and the timing chips are in their race numbers.
Daniel Sinclair, Daniel Prescott leading, Elliot Pugh third, Jamie Moore looking to close off on them fourth, and they've established a gap now of about 100 metres back to the next group of 3.
And one of those is, I think, is Angus Seaver. The other one is, in fact, Alfie Steadman, so he's up in that zone. And it's a pity we're not going to see him at full steam here, but if he gets in the top 10, he's going to get in the team anyway, so he's doing well. It's our runner from St Kitts. So I think Reese is right there. Wanganui Collegiate look like they've got at least 2 through so far in the teams race, so they'll be looking good. I'd say in this lap we might see a move from Westlake Boys. They'll be trying to move up a few positions.
So just see the third Auckland Grammar runner going through. So that's 3 runners for Auckland Grammar in the top 20. I think that's the 4th runner now going through from Westlake Boys in about 25th.
Top of the picture there you can see the 2 Daniels establishing a break now. Sinclair and Prescott establishing a break on Elliot Pugh, and Jamie Moore closing down on Pugh in the back straight.
Yes, this is going to be an interesting, because both these boys, bit of difference in height, but the leg stride is just symmetric. Elliot struggling there, but like I say, I'll be surprised if he bottles, because he's a tough character. tough competitor, should I say, but Jamie Moore has made an interesting move here. He's decided he's got to close these guys down over the flat part of the course and maybe attack on the hills. So on your screen now you can see the white uniform with the swan on front. That's Westlake boys, and they'll be looking for the teams race. We'll see how they go. Reese has been giving us updates, and remember we're seeing the same pictures as you are, but we're trying to look out the window and count numbers. So now that guy there with the stripe 226, he's 800-metre flyer. He doesn't like cross country. No. James, he told me that often. He's I hate this. But he's out there, like I say, doing it for the team, and that's part of the. I'm not so sure when you had when you were running, Reese, if they had the team thing at the New Zealand Nationals. I'm not sure when they brought that in, the 3 then the 6. But you know, that team is how you encourage boys to get into running, and the girls. And so you need you guys out here. The 2 Daniels are going well. Man, they're running well.
829 Daniel Sinclair in the lighter blue top, and Daniel Prescott there lying second as they go through the log area. They've opened up a break on Elliot Pugh and Jamie Mora, who are looking to try and close them down, but they are on their last lap of the 2 kilometre circuit, 6 kilometres in total, so probably about 1,200 metres from home, Reese.
Where would you make your move, Reese, if you were one of those Daniels? Where would you make your move?
Yeah, I think Daniel Sinclair is looking comfortable there. He was kind of just sitting in the back. He now looks as though he's starting to push the pace a little bit and maybe trying to pick his line a little bit better and maybe take the route that he wants to make sure he's coming in and out of those obstacles and those corners nicely. I think he looks a little bit more comfortable than Daniel Prescott, but those two both running well and starting to pull away from 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and they noticed both of them at different times along that flat, but had a look. Now here he goes. This is what I thought. If you're going to attack, if it was me, I'd be attacking on the hill, particularly if you haven't got a sprint, because you want to take a bit of burn out of them. So the young guy from Christchurch has moved up here, and he, you know, when they've got to come down and then go up again, but this will be interesting to see how they use their leg stride down the hill, because some coaches just say go for it. Oh, we're going to lap a runner here. They say go for it and stride out, you won't trip over. Others say go cautious and save it for later on. But both Daniels here have decided to take the race to everyone else, and they're moving away and they're catching up some of the tail enders there. But man, they're fluid, aren't they? That's a good rhythm going up that hill.
Daniel
now,
Prescott.
Saying about the supporters out there, you'll see different schools along the side cheering their fellow. You know, these would be the juniors out there. Give him a bit of encouragement.
Daniel Prescott of St Thomas at Canterbury College. He was 3rd in the juniors in 2021. He was 8th in the seniors last year, and he's leading on the last lap here over Daniel Sinclair.
Tēnā koutou ngā kaimā takitaki ai kei te tika. He tino tata ngā mea tokorua ki mua, kei muri rā hoki e tahi atu, kei te oma kaha tonu. Ka rawe tēnā. Awesome to see that they're still very focused, very committed, and those 2 in the front, you're quite right, Paul.
Jamie Mora and Elliot Pugh we saw go through there to cement their place in the top 10.
Angus Seaver there from Cashmere High School, also moving through into what I think is about the top 10.
Yeah, so this is a guy who impressed me when he was in Australia earlier in the year.
We saw Ralphie Steedman go through there too.
Yeah, and Angus ran really, really well. He was impressive over there for he got a PB. Yeah, Alfie Steedman, considering he hasn't been racing, he's doing really well. Like I said, top 10 for him.
Max Doherty from Onslow College, one of the Wellington's leading runners, just gone past there. Just behind him there, Joshua Gordon Glassford from St Kennigan's College.
Josh Jordan going through from St Patrick's College.
Daniel's made a move. Sorry guys, Daniel's made the move. He attacked up the hill. Now let's have a look, because he went up the hill, the first hill. Now the second hill he's made a move. He's got a break on the other Daniel from Whanganui Collegiate. So that means we just need now to pick up where Jamie Mora and Elliot Pugh are, because this guy's decided to go for it there. See him look over the shoulder. He's having a quick check to see how far back the guys are going to come from. Now from this point, he's under half a K to go. When he hits the road, he's got about 200 metres. So he's nearly there, and you can see
yes,
he's running a little bit with him, but you can see that he's been working hard.
Yes, about 150 metres to go.
As soon as he crosses the road, he's into the home straight. And this is a great one.
He's made a winning break here, Daniel Prescott, and I've lined the finishing line for him and cheering him down. It's going to be a Daniel Quinella, but it's Daniel Prescott in front of Daniel Sinclair.
So Daniel Prescott from St Thomas of Canterbury College taking out the senior boys New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships for 2023, closely followed by Daniel Sinclair there from Wanganui Collegiate.
Elliot Pugh coming down in third.
Yeah. Like I said, I didn't think he would give up. Interesting too, I talked to Daniel yesterday and he was actually in Timaru before we had the COVID stoppage, and he was third in that Year 9 boys race. One of the guys beat him.
Jamie Moore.
That is Jamie Moore, yes. This is the boy from Kings.
Angus Seaver from Cashmere High School behind him.
Sorry, my bad, it is Angus.
And Alfie Stephens, which is probably, on what you told us, a very good run from him, given the circumstances. 5.89 has been the next one through.
Azrael Kabusau from Tauranga Boys.
2.27 going through now from McLean's College, Dion Woolworth.
And Caleb Wagner from Auckland Grammar there as well. We saw coming down to the finish line.
And Pai Wynyard, Paul mentioned, he make the top 10. He's from Kaiapoi High School.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll have a look at when those results come in, because they're coming down the chute. We'll get the official results. And, well, great to see you again after a year, Mark. Thank you. I'm going to cut out because I've got to go and do something for the award ceremony for these guys and girls. And with the New Zealand team announcements. So, kia ora koutou, and a special thanks to Debbie. Sorry, we're watching the numbers on the screen. We should be naming these runners. Thanks, Reece. Great to have your input, because you know you've been there, done that, and yeah. And Debbie, man, kanui te pai here. Thank you very much.
Tēnā koe Paul, kei runga no atu koe, he mahi nunu I tau I tēnei wā. And thank you for your commentary and wisdom and expertise alongside of Mark and also Reece. Fantastic.
Welcome back in, Debbie Marshall-Lobb. Good to have you back as part of this coverage as we watch the senior runners come through and complete their 6,000 metres. Reece, it's quite a foreboding sky in the background. Might be just as well getting done.
Yeah, look, I think we've been pretty lucky with the weather today. We did have the sun was out earlier. We have had a little bit of rain, but look, with the weather sticking like it has been, really good conditions underfoot. As we can see on the coverage, there is a little bit of mud out there, but nothing too much to affect the athletes actually just racing and getting good competition. They haven't been racing against the course as much as what they've been able to race against each other, which is it's nice to see. Some of us really love a good muddy cross country, but sometimes it's nice to have a course that doesn't interfere with the racing too much, let the athletes go at it. And I think we saw that with Daniel Prescott and Daniel Sinclair. You actually got the opportunity to see them actually have some tactics. There was actually some moves and opportunity for Daniel Sinclair to try and push ahead. And then when Daniel Prescott finally decided to go, he went up and over that hill and started to pull away. So it makes for some really, really good racing.
Debbie, you're returning from the medal ceremony and handing out the medals and certificates for the top 10 in the senior women, and that was an outstanding race and a terrific performance from Catherine London, from Bo Ritchie stepping up to the seniors in second place as well.
Ai, he rawi tēnā, Mark, he honore mōku ki te hoatu ngā metara me ngā tipikiti ki a rātou ngā kōtiro. Tā rātou tere hoki ki te oma. Was a privilege and a pleasure to hand out those certificates and medals to the top 10, but of course those 3 who were able to be on the dais, that was particularly special. I think they'll be very happy tonight.
Oh, undoubtedly. And, the finishes here, Reece, it's amazing what a tired body and mind can find if you're still racing someone else.
Ka kaha rātou ki te oma tonu. Kore he raru mā rātou ki te oma tere. We can see this rider that they're running hard. Some of them are overtaking some others just right at the last minute, which is fantastic to see, because that speaks a lot about their character. Here we go here, Auckland Grammar gentlemen coming through. Ka rawi. And of course the audience are supporting and cheering everyone on.
And there's been a good crowd line the finishing straight as well, and indeed supporting the runners up in the back paddock and up the inclines, which is probably where they need the support the most.
Ai, he maha ngā tangata hei tautoko ngā kai hāpai, ki mua, ki muri. It's just an opportunity to thank also those people who have supported the students in the background, on the sides, and we've got something pretty interesting that's just come through, some results.
Yes,
Over to you, Reece and Mark.
Daniel Prescott, 1901.55 from Daniel Sinclair, Elliot Hugh third, Jamie Mora, Angus Sevier. Alfie Stephen, I think, given the circumstances of what Paul described to us, fine performance to run 6th. 7th, Israel Kibaseo. Pai Wynyard, pleased to see him make the top 10 from my old high school. Kaipo High represented here today, and Pai's run a terrific race in 8th. Dion Warwick through in 9th place, and Caleb Wagner in 10th, and some outstanding runners there too, Reece, on the cusp of that top 10.
Nā te nui ngō rātou kei te hoki mai. You know, there were a lot in this big race, and still returning home but giving it their all. Oh yes, I almost thought we were going to have a takapore there, but he thought better. Thought he'd carry on. Ngā mihi ki aia.
And timer now ticking towards 25 minutes, so that's hard graft out there. 25 minutes today on the course.
Yeah. Ka rawe. He rā motuhake tēnei, what a special day it's been. Kia kite ngā kaipara, ngā kaiaka, he rawe tēnei. You know, we've seen wonderful achievement here today and effort. And when you think about it, to have 800 students participating in this competition, logistically, things have gone very smoothly, given that number and all the schools represented. I think congratulations to the organisers, to the volunteers, to the parents, to the coaches, definitely coaches, managers and the participants. Last but not least, they've been amazing.
Yes, the local organising committee chaired by Jay Gabor have put in some outstanding work leading up to today. A number of other individuals that we've mentioned throughout the day to make this happen. And of course there is a day 2 here. There are relays tomorrow, including mixed relays. I think they're in their 7th year, Reece, so just individual races back in your time. No relays the following day. I'd imagine quite tough to back up the next morning.
Yeah, and I think they're following on from the lead that we've seen as well internationally with World Cross Country also now doing the relays concept on a second day. There has been attempts to do short course and long course at the World Championships. They've now moved into just back to the long course races with the relays on the second day, and we saw the beauty of that in Bathurst just a couple of months ago with athletes like Sam Tanner, who's traditionally known as a 1500 metre runner on the track for New Zealand, getting the opportunity to run in the short relay in a New Zealand cross country team where traditionally maybe over 10k cross country Sam wouldn't be your first pick. But to see him actually out there representing New Zealand as part of a cross-country relay team was actually really cool. And I think for some of those other New Zealand athletes that got to run with him and see the team that got put out there, I think another opportunity for our secondary schools kids to do that same thing, represent their region. So today they're running in their school singlets, representing their school, and then tomorrow as part of those relay teams they'll be representing their regions and combining with the other top athletes from their region to run in the relay events. So yeah, a really cool initiative. Wish it had been around in my time. I hate to age myself as much, but certainly 30 years ago, in fact 30 years ago as of this year was my last New Zealand secondary schools, and yeah, I don't think we'd even thought about relay, mixed relays and cross-country relays at that point.
Isn't it fantastic though, Reece, to see that progress and development? And by Jose, I thought it was only about 5 years ago, looking at you. Ka pai.
Just to mention some of the others on the local organising committee, Rob Dabb from Fielding Moa, Rachel Wenham from Palmerston North Boys High School, Peter Finch from Palmerston North Boys High School as well, and Gary Mack from here at Massey made up that local organising committee. And I remember last year Makatu Nelson with Jake Horeman talking to him then, and 12 months seems like a long time, but when you're organising something it's not, and all of a sudden it's here again. And now for the people organising in 12 months time, it kind of all begins. And I guess, Reece, too, if we're going to bring this many people together for one day, we may as well bring them together for 2 or for a day and a half, so we can have those relays as well. We may as well make the most of the opportunity of having all this talent in the one place at the same time.
He hui hui ngā rangatira tēnei. This is a very auspicious event, and ko te tūmanako kia hoki mai anō ki Papaeo ia. Nō reira he tono tēnei ki a koutou ngā kai whakahaere. Just putting it in there that I know that Palms North Manawatu would love to have this event again sometime soon, because it's so prestigious and it's so special, and everyone benefits from a competition of this prestige. Mana.
Yeah, I think what we just saw there on the screen, the back of those singlets, quite obvious to see, the white and green and red of Westlake Boys. I think 58 athletes there from Westlake Boys High School. A pretty amazing achievement for one school to have that many athletes, but I think it also a clear correlation with not only the depth they have, but some of the success they have winning medals. You get 58 boys out running day in, day out and training together and working as a team, and what comes from that is some medals and some success. So great work there from Westlake Boys, and yeah, big thanks I think to the coaches, parents, teachers and that actually get these cross-country teams together. It does take some work. We see there's a number of schools here not represented because maybe they don't have someone driving that in their schools. So a big thanks to those parents and teachers that are behind those successful schools.
Ai, Reece, ka mohi o e koe tērā, ne, kei wainganui I a rātou ngā toa. You know that really well, don't you, Reece, because you've been in this competition along with Mark through your youth, and also in adulthood, supporting in other ways, that there are champions within the schools who nurture these young people, and they go on to new heights, which is fantastic.
So, and on that tone, I must give a shout out. One of my sons has recently started Aotea College. We've got an Aotea College athlete here today, Charlotte Harrison, running in the Year 9 girls. The hope is, I'll put a bit of pressure on Aotea College, maybe on myself. We might have a few more athletes here representing Porirua. I do see we also have one athlete from Porirua College running today, and so really, really good. We've got a lot of talent, I know, in our area, in the Porirua City, Ngāti Toa, iwi area, and yeah, the hope is maybe my influence there, we might start to see some more Porirua runners coming along with Porirua College and Aotea College athletes, and maybe we make a trip down to Timaru and take our Ngāti Toa influence down there.
How was it out there today?
Ka pai koe books.
Yeah, it felt pretty good, just on the flat.
Let's get down to the field.
Tried to pick it up a bit, and then he got me on the hills early at the end.
Yeah, so always the hills, that can get you at the end, Because you were looking very good on the flat, but where did he actually take it to you?
Just really just like on the hills, on the back lap, just like the little ones, and yeah, just took it up hills fast and just dropped me. Yeah.
And so what's your preparation been like? I know you did well at the Dawn Cup last week in Wellington, but what's your preparation been like leading into this race?
Not too sure, just been doing, I don't know, just raced last week and yeah, just not sure, just the usual.
Yep, so you've been doing lots of mileage or you've been doing lots of speed work these days?
Quite a few Ks and build up and then drop it down a bit, and yeah, and a bit more fast stuff orientated, I guess, yeah.
Excellent, so what was the conditions like underfoot out here today for you?
It wasn't too bad. I was used to it just from running and stuff, my farms and that, but yeah, not too soft. It was better than the previous years, so yeah, I liked it, yeah, it was good.
Excellent, well done Daniel, that was an awesome effort, thank you for today, well done mate. So what we're going to do is just ask you what it was like out there today, when you thought you might have, had the race. Right, so I'm now here with the winner of the Senior Boys 6K race, Daniel Prescott. So Daniel, that was a fantastic effort, particularly over that last lap. How was it out there?
Oh, thank you. It was quite difficult running into the last bit. I was wondering whether I'd be able to stay on Daniel but after the first real steep hill, I was feeling good and I decided to go for it.
Yeah, so like, you know, obviously on the flat down here, I think Daniel was kind of taking it to you a little bit, eh? Were you just hanging in or waiting, or were you thinking, oh, I'm going to take him on the hills?
I was just trying to stick on him on this flat part. I was just waiting for the hills to come along because I know that's a strength of mine, so I was just trying to stick on the flat bit and then, yeah, just go for it.
Excellent. And what was the conditions out there like for you today? You know, everyone's described it as getting softer and softer. So what was it like for you?
Oh yeah, it was definitely getting softer. As we're coming, like this part here is fine, but on that hill, it was just like really thick. Yeah, just your feet were just getting stuck in there.
Excellent. And so, what's up for the future for you? Obviously, we've got a couple more months of cross country, and I know you're getting cold, sorry. But you know, what's it like for you for the next couple of months? What sort of events are you looking at?
I'll just keep on the training, just doing any race I can, just to get the experience. I'm just waiting for the bigger races near the season.
Yeah, so we've got New Zealand Cross Country Championships coming up, and then obviously secondary schools at the end of the year. Have you given any thought to what you'll be racing at secondary schools at the end of the year?
No, I haven't got much thought in. I'll just go out there when it happens and see how it goes.
Excellent, Daniel. Hey, well done today, mate. That was a fantastic effort, and it was great to see you out there racing. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
That was our senior boys winner Daniel Prescott, and prior to that the runner-up Daniel Sinclair, and we'll have that medal ceremony not too long from now. Gives us an opportunity to take one last quick break here, and we will return with the medal ceremony and indeed to wrap up the 49th New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Cross Country right after this.
We had to make sure from the beginning, yep, this is what we're going to do and we're going to go all in. So I was so determined to have this pepe.
Puro pepe, ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Okay guys, twice the cell. You've got past the cell. Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
We're going to go now. We're going once, we're going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
Not for the faint-hearted.
You were here on all fronts.
Or the hakanati. And the nutty haka.
I te whakarongo kōrua?
Ka pakaru tēnei pātene.
Hakapedia, paraire ki whakaata Māori.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls, and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Michael Jackson dance moves.
I guess it's time for presents.
I am afraid, but I don't want to survive. I want to live.
I will not fall into despair.
Do you have any idea what it's like knowing my real brother and mother spend every day of their lives looking for me?
Who's this thing?
Moldy Smith.
So I feel it's worth pointing out that I will not be your mistress.
You're right, MacGyver. No one likes to show off.
You need to bloody listen.
How can I when this guy's got his arm up the cow's?
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Kia ora, welcome back. Massey University is the venue for the 49th running of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Association. We have just concluded our final event, the senior boys, and we will be having the medal presentation, which will come soon. Reese Buck with me, also Debbie Marshall-Lobb as we wrap the day. Reese, the rain has swept in again for those who are doing a warm down. It's now become a wet down, but we have been pretty lucky, to be fair, with the weather. Just looking at Daniel Prescott's progression from St Thomas of Canterbury winning the senior boys, third in the juniors in 2021 and 8th last year when he stepped to the senior, and this year he's come through in a very competitive field in a time just beyond 19 minutes.
Yeah, very, very, very impressive run. And I think, as we were talking about Daniel Sinclair and the way he's been running this season, the way Daniel, I want to say intelligently, but as an athlete, he knew where he was at the right time in that race. He waited. He was looking a little bit tired, actually, and then he came off one of those hills and really put the pressure on. And he must have seen something out there with Daniel Sinclair. And he maybe knew that he was struggling a little bit on some of those little uphills and downhills. And but no, good, smart, intelligent racing. Look, to win New Zealand Secondary School Senior Boys, you've got to be a pretty top athlete. All of those in that top 10 have the potential to go on to do great things in running. But yeah, certainly impressive at the front there, Daniel Prescott. Really, really smart racing.
Elliot Pugh hung in for third after being on the pace for a majority of it. Jamie Mora had to try and bridge the gap on that leading trio by himself, ultimately finished fourth. Angus Sevier, who was a junior winner back in 2021, fifth, ahead of Alfie Steedman, who's had an outstanding track season, unfortunately just not in peak condition for this, and the aim to run for the team and to finish in the top 10. I think he'll be pretty satisfied under the circumstances, finishing in 6th spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think this is the thing for runners in general. It's very, very difficult to stay fit 12 months of the year, especially the level that a number of these athletes are training at. They may have other sports that they're competing in, so maybe staying healthy while you're playing football or netball or rugby. But also they get into really, really good shape to ease off at the end of a season and maybe get ready for the next season. They're pushing those boundaries in training. They're seeing what their body can handle. Sometimes it doesn't come off. We've heard about that in regards to Cameron Maunder. Unfortunately got injured earlier in the season. He misses out on World Cross Country. He misses out on the New Zealand Secondary Schools. Great to see that Alfie has able to come off of that track season, maybe with the injury, but he's been able to push through. He wanted to come here and try his best. I think there's plenty of athletes out there that would be pretty happy with a 6th place at New Zealand Secondary Schools. I think in my best shape. My best finish in the seniors at secondary schools was 5th place, and I certainly didn't have any excuses of injury to be able to fall back on. But no, great to see him here. I think being part of a team like he is has probably driven that a little bit, and I'm sure come next track season, if he's in the country, we might see him out competing, but I'm sure Alfie's another one of those athletes that's going to get plenty of opportunities to head stateside if he wants to do that.
Of course, his first season in seniors after winning the junior title in Nelson last year. So we're just awaiting on the medal presentation for the senior boys down in the green room. I think Tony Rogers will be making that presentation, and as soon as that comes to hand, then we will take you there for that. Reece, we talked earlier about you attending 4 World Cross Country Championships and opportunities to see parts of the world that you would never have seen. Where did that take you?
Yeah, look, to be honest, for me the first experience, I guess, in New Zealand was coming through that secondary schools cross country. Loved it. Part of a really, really strong team at Wellington College. Really kind of grew my enthusiasm for the sport. Managed to have some success in New Zealand as a high school student. Went off to university in America, got to travel all around America. I say for free. I'm sure it cost my parents a little bit, paying for the airfares for me to get there, but essentially a free education. Completed my education, was able to come back to New Zealand and then continue to run well. Yeah, I've got to run at a World Cross Country alongside Adrian Blincoe, who's the New Zealand 5,000 metre record holder. On that day I had, in fact, at my first World Cross Country, Adrian Blincoe, Michael Aish, New Zealand Olympian, Nick Willis was in the race, in our short course race at World Cross Country that year. I want to say a pretty formidable World Cross Country short course team. I think we were 8th place in the teams there at World Cross Country, getting to run across Europe and some of those things. So certainly for me, running has taken me all around the world and given me lots of opportunities. In fact, in my work role, was speaking to young students in Porirua just this past week about kind of influences and opportunities that have put me into the position where I was able to work in a certain role in government. And one of the big things that I was talking to those young students about was the opportunities I've had through sport, and what that's allowed me to kind of achieve, but also the opportunities through of learning leadership skills and I want to say public speaking, because I do get these opportunities to do commentary and stuff now, but yeah, some of those skills that I've learnt through the opportunities through running have then led on to me as far as a career and so on. And maybe one day I might get back out on the cross-country course and have another race here.
Ka pai ia tau, Reece, ka tū tētai whakataitai mō ngā kaumātua me ki ngā Masters. No doubt, you know, not far from here, Monganui, they have hold the Masters. That's a good sort of place and event for you to demonstrate that you still got it. Ka rawe. He wero tēnā mō ngā kaumātua katoa. That's something out there. It's a challenge for all of us over 30.
Well, I did have the question from one of my kids today about, Dad, did you used to be fast? And it was that opportunity to either tell him some stories or just remind him that I'm still fast enough to beat him. So that's not going to last much longer.
No, there's a tipping point.
In fact, it's been really cool here today. I know during the Year 9 race, we obviously weren't putting a focus on those races today, but for me actually to see, I've got a nephew out there in that Year 9 boys race today, and I had a neighbour, a local girl who was running in the Year 9 girls race, and that was actually almost as enjoyable for me. It's not my kids out there running today, but to get to see them, people that I know, seen them grow up and see them come out here and enjoy a sport that I've got so much from. So yeah, great to see them, and grandparents and parents and aunties and uncles and everything kind of enjoying their success out there today as well.
Yes, well, from my local community now, Koro, just above Petone there in Lower Hutt. We're officially just over the border of Wellington into Lower Hutt, and Jessie McKenzie see training just about every day on Koro Hill, and she ran very well again today in the senior women First time for her into the seniors, and I think she's inspiring a few on the hill, including myself, to get out there. But the problem for me, of course, is that I do get out there and I'm slugging my way up the hill and there's just people cruising on past me, and they're not on electric bikes either. So, but that's a very humbling experience, but it's nice to still be able to move, and I think we move while we can.
Ai, ka tika tō kōrero, Mark. Undoubtedly, we're all going to benefit if we keep moving, aren't we?
Yeah, look, and talking about inspirations and stuff, I was really lucky just a couple of weeks ago to interview Nick Willis, a 4-time Olympian, 2-time Olympic medalist in the 1500, and also Jonathan Wyatt, 5-time world mountain running champion. I had the opportunity to interview them online via Zoom as part of the Hutt Valley Harriers centenary celebrations this year, and yeah, it's almost a little bit humbling. I've had a little bit of success myself in running, and then I get to interview these guys that kind of those guys, one before me, Jonathan Wyatt, and one kind of after my time with Nick Willis, and just about hear their journeys through their running club, through their school. And to be honest, to have a running club in New Zealand that's had 2 athletes like that come through, there's a few Hutt Valley athletes here today that I'm sure have used them as inspiration when they're out there training.
I think we are close to this medal presentation, so we should have pictures shortly. I can hear microphone in full use down there. I think gathering or corralling people together, I guess at this stage of the day, Reece, it's probably like herding cats here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with this rain that we just saw outside, just starting to come in a little bit, it's meant everyone has decided they need to be inside in the space where they're doing those presentations.
Massey University here in Palmerston.
So as soon as the official presentation takes place, we will bring that to you, the final presentation of the day for the senior boys, with Daniel Prescott taking that out from St Thomas of Canterbury College. Battle of the Daniels. Daniel Sinclair second from Whangarui Collegiate School. Let's take you down to the green room, see if we can get you the audio and pictures now of the presentation.
From Bailey's head office here in Palmerston North, Rod and Shelley are proud supporters of sport, and the Bailey's franchises in general have been supporting secondary school sport over the last few years in particular, so it's a pleasure to have you present the certificates this afternoon, Shelley. So in first place in the senior boys race went to Daniel Prescott from St Thomas in Christchurch. And only 5 seconds behind, or a little bit less, was Daniel Sinclair from Whanganui Collegiate. And I'm hoping he might have got here by now. Elliot Pugh from Bethlehem College was in third. Is Elliot here yet? So we'll get Shelley to present the first 2 certificates, and then we'll go on to 4th place.
Oh, there he is.
Thank you, Shelley. So in 4th place in the senior boys race from Auckland Grammar, Jamie Mora. So it looks like we've got Elliot turned up, so we'll do the bronze medal. Thank you, Elliot. Elliot Pugh in bronze place, so Elliot Pugh from Bethlehem College. I'm guessing he's had strict instructions from his coach to do a solid warm down. And Shelley will come forward and give you the certificate. Thank you. In 5th place, from Cashmere High in Christchurch, Angus Sevier. In 6th place, Westlake Boys High, Alfie Stedman. In the 7th place, from Tauranga Boys College, Azriel Kabusale. In 8th place, Haipoi High, Canterbury, Pai Wynyard. Ninth place from Linclanes College out of Auckland, Dion Woolworth. Rounding out the top 10 in the senior boys cross country for 2023 here at Massey University was Caleb Wagoner from Auckland Grammar. Thank you, boys. If everyone's got their photos, great. Thank you. Congratulations, lads. Remember, the medals for the team's prizes will be across at the Recreation Activity Centre Pavilion, which is across beyond where the tents are, and that'll start at 4:30 sharp. That's team medals for 3-person and 6-person teams. Before we leave, though, I'd like to ask Shelley Grieve from Bailey's to come forward again. So Rod and Shelley, as I said, are from the local Bailey's office here in Palmerston North. Bailey's have been supporting school sport and especially New Zealand Secondary Schools events now for the last couple of years. So I'm going to get Shelley to hold up this cheque which we wanted to present to someone from Papanui High. It's going $500 to Papanui High. It's the Bailey's Altogether Award, Altogether Better competition, and I think some of you who know Papanui High will understand that they are definitely altogether one of the most inclusive schools. They bring not only plenty of able-bodied athletes to our meets, but they bring a large contingent of para-athletes, and they were nominated as a school to get this award. So thank you, Shelley. We'll get this to them at the prize giving. I know they hope to, well, they have got prizes to collect at the prize giving. But just tell us a little word for a moment, Shelley. You run the office here in Palmerston North, Bailey's. What's it like for you to be involved with school sport?
Something we're very proud to do. We love to support and sponsor events for young people in New Zealand participating in sport. I saw a lot of resilience, focus and determination out there today on the course from every single competitor, and we like to think we're really well aligned with these fabulous kids that all get involved in wonderful sporting activities.
Well, I want to thank you and Rod, definitely from the local Bailey's office here, but thank Bailey's in general. What is it that you're looking forward to about the rest of the winter in terms of the sports season, Shelley? I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Rob Waddell has a beautiful selection, a lovely lineup of sporting activities for us to come along to watch and support and get behind, so I'm sure there's a lot ahead of us and we really look forward to getting behind you all. Always look out for the Bailey's tent. We're in there, we're a friendly face, and we'll love to welcome you along and give you a good taste of Palmerston North if you're visiting our city.
Thanks, and I suggest if we have a little bit more of this damp weather in the morning, there'll be a few more people in the Bailey's gazebo down the road there. So thank you very much, Shelley and Rod from Palmerston Bailey's. Thank you. Cheers.
So that has been Tony Rogers in the final presentations of the day, and that wraps the 49th edition of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country here at Massey University in Palmerston North. I'm Mark Rosanowski. With me has been Rhys Buck. And Rhys, just before we depart, your final thoughts on today?
Yeah, look, another opportunity to come and watch New Zealand's best school runners competing tooth and nail for these championships. It's always fun to come and be involved with. Big thanks to Tony Rogers, Rob Waddell, those that have invited me to be here, and yeah, look, congratulations to all the athletes out there. I bet you there's some proud parents and grandparents out there as well. Big thanks to you, and also big thanks to Debbie for your assistance with our te reo, with our pronunciation today. And yeah, look forward maybe to being on the microphone with you in the future and continuing to improve a little bit with my te reo.
And only fitting that Debbie Marshall-Lobb shall conclude today's coverage with te reo.
Tēnā koe Mark, tēnā koe Rhys. The privilege has been mine to sit beside you two who are experts, and thank you for your generosity and sharing that with me. E te whānau, kei aku nui, kua nui a tātou mahi mō tēnei rā, kua ea ngā whainga i tēnei rā hoki. Kua huri te kei o te waka, ki te kāinga, kua huri te tai. Apopo, kia hoki mai anō tātou, ka tika me mihi atu mātou o rangitāne, o te kaunihira kaumātua, o te kaunihira o papai o ia, kia koutou katoa, mai a mātou, a Mark, a Reese, a Paul, ko Debbie Marshall-Lobb tēnei, e mihi atu kia koutou. Engari, ka tautoko au te mihi kia Rob Waddell, kia Tony Rogers, kia Jacob Orama i whakarite tēnei. Engari, ko ngā kaipara, ngā toa i tēnei wā. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, kia ora koutou katoa.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.